live stream thing or whatever. To put a message out to everybody up there in live stream 1.
I just got the YouTube notification. So
all welcome. I don't know whether anybody's going to notice that or not. Okay. Oh, George is messaging me on YouTube as well. They can't leave it, can they? Yeah. I wouldn't mind taking it into live stream 1, but you know, like they've got to let Zanuck lie for a bit. We've had enough of that earlier. Come down here to get out the way of it. So I'm going to give a few more minutes to see if anybody wants to come in. DP's not around. Who else do we normally have in it? Sarugaki. The over. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how to get the presentation over onto here. Let me just check. I can.
Do you, when you do this, the last couple of times, are you putting out a community post on your YouTube channel and directing them towards?
I keep forgetting. You know, there's an order of things that I should be doing, isn't there? I mean, like I say, I should have. I mean, if we're going to make this a regular thing, I'll get a banner or something making, and then we can do. You know, we can do it as a thing. If you think.
Well, I'm just saying, like, to push the Geo's channel, you could put out a community post and just say, "Hey, Logic Night," leave the link for this wherever live stream. Post it on your community post.
speaking of pushing, sorry, Buster, finish off.
Oh no, that was it. That was all. Just an idea.
That reminds me of something. I wanted to bring this up and I forgot. Speaking of boosting Geo's channel, the YouTube views are not like they're almost not. We got to do something about that. The YouTube side. Like maybe mention it more often. Everybody, like now, everybody please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Earth Awakenings.
Well,
like I go on sometimes and I see 3 viewers, 4 viewers.
Yeah, it's maybe an acquired taste though. You know?
But also I go on a lot of times and I see dead space when I click on a recording. Like there's no talking at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I advance it, again, no talking at all.
Yeah, all of the live streams aren't active, are they? I mean, they are active all the time, but there's not always people in them all at the time at the minute.
Yeah, so I'm thinking if a new guy comes and clicks and says, "What is this? They're not talking at all. What's going on here?" I don't know. I find that like not right. We have so many Discord subscribers and like only a few people watching on YouTube.
Well, you think about it, it's a big thing. First off, it's live, right? It's broadcast live on YouTube, so what you say is going out live. And there's a lot of people who don't actually want to talk. You know, it takes a bit for you to speak up and speak, you know, be able to speak. You first off, you don't want to go into a battle the first time you speak and you ask a question. You want to be able to come and ask a question, you know, and get involved in a conversation, not a battle. So, I mean, first off, we have to make sure that there's an area for somebody to be able to come and talk. Depends what you want from, you know, from what we're doing. Which is, I thank Gio for us giving us a chance to do this. I mean, we could do this over at on the level, next level. But, I mean, this platform here is hopefully to showcase what anyone can do. I've got my live stream running now, but Gio's got his live stream running. Get somebody to
exactly my point. We need more viewers on YouTube. Something has to be done in that area. That's just my opinion. I'm saying because I see Gio's here now. That's why I'm talking about it.
We give more content for people to tune in for. I mean, what do people tune in for? I mean, this here is hopefully, like, this is he's given us a TV channel, right? And it's up for people to come and fill the slots. Well, this is our Tuesday night slot. We've decided to pick Tuesday night for Logic Night. But I mean, this is open for anyone to come and do all of these sort of things for yourself. Gio's giving you the platform. It will get broadcast live to YouTube, and you can watch. You know, like, you could do whatever you want, and I think it's good. But I mean, it's not for everyone. You have to be able to know what you're doing. There's a lot of practice gone into what we've been doing. I'm not the person I was when I first came here.
Absolutely. We've all... And this is a great platform here, like, amazing platform. Fully boosted, good sound. Just Buster's song the day before yesterday was like, wow, I'm listening to a stereo, like, on my phone. It sounded that good.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess everybody's here. Oh, Saragaki's here. That's good. I don't know who else. No DP. I don't know who else there should be. Spot on around. Maybe ought to listen in. They might be listening in on YouTube. I'll put a thing out next week when we do it. So, going on from last week was basically just the triggering to show you that people either can or can't do Logic or the formulation of the P's and Q's. Now, I'll go over this first because I call wow. Wait a minute, let me get this. So this is a formulation of a live stream 2 text. The formulation of a logical argument that I've been given on Twitter. Now I think this is WS, but it's got a different name, so it seems to have all of exactly the same WS arguments and exactly the same everything as WS, but it's not got a WS name on it, so therefore WS says it's not WS, but it probably is WS. And his logical argument goes thus. It says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then the angle to Polaris must change as a trigonometric function as you move north or south, Q. And then follows on from there.
Yeah.
Go on.
WS is saying that he agrees with it, and I'm asking him how an angle to Polaris is in any way connected to horizontal. Like, there seems to be a leap of logic.
Yeah. Like, I don't really know what that's called in the world of logic, but to me it just seems like it, I don't know, one does not follow the other. Now, is that non sequitur, right? Doesn't follow that one leads to the other, which is, to me, a really bad formulation of the entire idea of logic. But, I mean, that's what we know to be true anyway. That, you know, that some people can logic and some people can't. And it's not saying that it's a bad thing that they can't. It's just that it doesn't seem to fit. I mean, does everybody else get that? The fact that he's saying if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then the angle to Polaris must change as a... It's like an angle to a light in the sky. And we are going to be going over that, but because there is a geometric function of difference between the trigonometric function that he's talking about and the similar triangles of an isosceles, which is actually the representation that your eyes seem to follow. So there's no... I'm going to call it a non sequitur. I think that was Sugar Cookie that said that. It's a non sequitur. One does not follow the other, so that would be deemed like just bad logic from the start, and you therefore cannot use that to prove that horizontals aren't parallel through a logical statement. It doesn't follow. So in the idea of that, I mean, now we did have the logic from last week that if P then Q's that we all ended up with, and then we started with another one of triangles, right? But I thought it'd be better for us to go all the way back to the beginning. Now we can come back to those later on if everybody thinks that's all right. And
Yeah,
so we are going to be going back to do Euclid. Now, Euclid, not as a geometry, but Euclid is a way to teach logic, which I think it is actually. It's a logic training tool. But to go along with that is in order to keep the idea of geometry, logic, away from the like what you call the mathematical unreal world. We're going to try and keep it all together, because logic's derived from truth statements, but those truth statements have to be provable in reality. Otherwise, it's really hard to tell if they're a truth statement or not. If they have no bearing on reality, then it gets a little bit difficult in how you go through it all. Now, the way we did this quite a long time ago. So if I share my screen and go to that one. Is that good for you guys? Now, if I go and click that. click that. Right. Now I can't watch the Discord. So are you guys in the stream so you can watch it? And everybody on YouTube should be able to see the screen, I think. Let me check. I should have another screen open for YouTube, shouldn't I?
The stream is looking good.
Right.
1080p, 30 frames per second.
Right, chat's good. Everybody, right. Okie dokie. So you guys in Discord can hear good as well. And we're all learning, and this is nothing serious. It's just us having a chill out day, learning a bit of logic. So, this is from our website. Now we've been working on this website for a bit, although we've seemed to be slacking a bit recently. And this is a test I did ages ago, called the reality/model test. I'm going to add a bit in from Buster's. What's it called? I keep forgetting it.
You don't understand.
What's it called? It's
the name of the song, that is.
No, the fallacy.
Oh, stolen concept.
The fallacy of stolen concept, right? Which is, it's a logical fallacy where can you remember that, Buster? Do you want to just lay it out for us, and I'll pick up.
All right, so I hope I can do it. When you argue against a position, but your argument depends on that position being true.
Right. I like how you guys brought that up earlier, like with the straight line and the curved line. The straight line has to be straight in order to determine a curved line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use that straight line in an argument to prove that straight line is curved.
Right. Exactly.
And this is something that you'll find a lot whenever you're dealing with quite a few people that you end up talking to. And it's quite difficult to find it within the argument, because I don't know, you get sort of wrapped up in this fantasy world that it gets really hard to see these things that are right in front of you. And you'll see it quite a lot. Now that somebody's pointed it out, you will see it more and more within the way we... Well, once we start bringing these logical arguments in, then you will end up seeing where this type of fallacy, they'll start jumping out a lot more. So bear that in mind, that you can't use something, right? So first off, you have to define terms, basically. And you can't use that term that you're defining, because you can get away with it within a fallacy, with having a really unclear definition of something and then being able to confuse people within the terms. So that's where we go. We go back to the basics. And we decided ages ago that in order for us to be able to understand things, because most of us are pretty simple, we like things to be simple, and we like things to be able to be explained simply, then we can understand them. So we decided we have to go back to basics, right back to whatever you can, to find out what you can prove for yourselves, what you understand to be true, to be able to build an argument or build your build yourself up from a base level. So we'll do that with logic, but we'll try and give you an idea of what we as a group have been through over the last couple of years. So in order to go back to the basics, we start off with this. We've got the 7 facts to explain your reality, and we put QED on it there because that's a logical thing to be demonstrated, right? These are things you can know, and they can be true, but always as we do this, and it's we do the cog disc because this is a thing that you have to be aware of. Is the what's going on? Cognitive dissonance. Now, this only came around in the 1950s, and the concept was developed in the 1950s. So either it wasn't known about, or there was no need for this particular thing pre-1950s. Well, I don't know, one or the other, it doesn't really matter. But it's a pretty new thing, right? And it says, reading from the Britannica, cognitive dissonance, the mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. The unease or tension that the conflict arouses in people is relieved by one of several defensive maneuvers. They reject, explain away, or avoid the new information. They persuade themselves that no conflict really exists, reconcile the differences, or resort to any other defensive means of preserving stability or order in their conceptions of the world and themselves. Right? So it's whenever you've been taught information. We had this discussion earlier with Buster. What was that you were talking about, Buster? It's how you process information that you've been given, and how you hold that. A little bit? Yeah, go on. If you got time.
Yeah. I'm just got done, so I can do it. So basically, the idea is that, say, an event, doesn't matter which event, an event, you call it A, happens. B is your brain processing the information, and C is the effect, say your emotional state, how you react to a question. But B happens in a millisecond because your brain processes information so fast. But B, information that you accept. So whatever information you have in place at B that you accept as true, when A happens, your brain processes it at B, and C is your the effect, the way you respond.
So the cognitive dissonance would be the B part of your brain reacting to the new information.
Right.
Like you
Right.
may be aware or may not be aware.
Well, so at B, if you've accepted information that you hold as true and it's wrong, that's how your response is. But if that information is wrong and you can't deal with it, then C is the effect, how you respond to it. And if you're not willing to accept new information and you hold true at B what you've previously accepted, you can't change that or look objectively, I would say would be your cog dis.
It's basically the inability to accept new information.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not aware of what's occurring because you've got information that's already there. So if you have accepted that information as true, then
Right.
it can be hard to shift it with contrary evidence, right? That something that's contradictory.
Right.
That's where the problem comes in, right? So
Yeah.
this,
Well, if someone has,
oh, go on. Sorry. Go on.
sorry, if someone like just for a short example, if you had been growing up and somebody taught you that, like say the color green, but they taught you your whole growing up life that was called dirt or whatever were blue, and you thought that was the true statement your whole life, but then you go out and the whole of society knows that no, that's green. You know, what do? Do you throw away the previously accepted information that you hold as true? Do you fight against it, or do you accept it?
Yeah. It's the conflict between the two opposing thoughts that
Right.
should be stressed as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it straight? Is it curved? Wait a minute. How could straight be curved? If curved is straight.
We'll get there. Don't preempt it, right? So, taking that on fact, right? That most of this is just, how much do you trust yourself, and do you really know what you think you know? Because this is where we have to start, and this was quite funny at the time when we first started this. Because there were some really weird questions that came out of it that they're hard for you to answer because nobody's ever asked it to you. And especially when it comes to proofs, right? So this is the test. Step 1. It's not difficult, but these are things to be established. They're difficult for other people, but for, I think, normal people, you can get away with this. It's like a straight line has no curvature. It's just straight. Now we have loads of proofs of why straight is straight, and it leads to some really funny things once you lead in with this, because we've got hours of us talking to, I think it was 50 and Gently, who couldn't get past this first step because they know how important it is. The straight line. Straight line is just straight, and I've put there. Right line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points, that is, without curvature in any direction, being the shortest path between those 2 points and never deviating from that path. Straight. But most people don't even have a definition of straight because everyone knows what straight is. Or everyone should know what straight is. But a lot of people have been messed up quite badly to not know what straight is and want to have some other definition of straight. It's interesting. Has anybody got any problems with straight? This is on the website. I can go and have a look at the website if you want. Explore it. We've got plenty of definitions of straight logic and straight lines, and I forgot I'd done most of this. So in saying straight is straight, well then we get to perpendicular, which is the next step in the progression of things. So if you've got a straight line, you can geometrically make a perpendicular to that straight line, and that's just at right angles to it. So it's as though one line is exactly the same as the other line because it's perpendicular. It's if that's the relationship, it's just that one line is at 90 degrees to the other line. So when you do that, then which line is perpendicular to which? Well, there's no difference between those two lines. They're both straight lines that have a relationship that are just 90 degrees to each other. Now, that sort of goes to prove, I think, geometrically, that you need a straight line in order to measure an angle, because that is the right angle. That's the basis of what a right angle is. And right means straight. It means, if you go back to the Bible and all of that, it means honest and true.
Yeah,
Right
like correct, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Rect.
Yep.
It's all it's a geometric proof that true is true. Is the fact that perpendicular, the word, exists, and it is the foundation of just about all of the geometry and the base of everything that we ever deal with. Just based on the fact that you can have a straight line, and then that straight line and every straight line will have a relationship with another straight line called perpendicular. And one of those can be generated from the other as though they're the same thing. Within geometry. But that's the relationship. And all of this is within Euclid, within the definitions. So it's deemed as being true to go into the definitions, but as you'll find out, everything gets proved within with everything gets proved as in true within Euclid. So, but we'll get round to that later. So, did you want to come in, Mobius? Sorry, I might cut you off.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you about the right and rect, and how that word that I guess word source or origin or whatever came to be, and the significance of it, and how it's like ignored.
Yeah, it's as though they've been messing about with words to change them, right? Because if you look at straight, it has right within it. They've just added a few more words. As though they wanted to manipulate. I don't know. I don't personally know because it would make it a lot simpler if people understood that the right angle is the angle between two right lines. It's like two straight lines, and it is the correct angle between two straight lines, which leads us into the next part. If that's all right with everyone else, are you okay with that?
I just wanted to point out if you have two straight lines perpendicular and they cut each other, you'll have 4 equal angles.
Which is also another one of the axioms of Euclid.
Yeah, because the perpendicular cuts it in half, yeah. Right? So
all right angles are equal, and there is 4 of them when a perpendicular cuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And with all of them being equal, which, like I say, that to me proves that you need straight lines to be able to measure an angle, because you can't measure a right angle without those straight lines. I mean, if you can't form a right angle in reality, then you need straight lines to measure an angle. That's provable as well.
Yes.
And the perpendicularity of straight lines. Also, the proof that it needs to be a straight line. You can't do that with 2 curves. There's no way you can follow the axioms of having all the right angles equal with a curve and a straight line. It just doesn't work. It's the impossibility of reductio ad absurdum within the logic. So that's the basic of geometry. That's as much as you need to know. A straight line's straight, and it also has a relationship to another straight line that you can generate from that one straight line. Even geometrically, you can form it. Once you have a straight line, you can then form the perpendicular by using a compass and a straight edge.
Yeah, proposition 12.
Thank you very much. I like it. Right, so now we go into, that was the geometry part of it. Now we're linking this to reality, right? Give you an idea. A vertical, a plumb bob. A plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical. My favourite word. I love this word. A perpendicle is anything hanging down by a straight line. So a plumb bob is a perpendicle. And then it has to be by a straight line, a right line, which that would make a plumb bob establishing a vertical. That vertical would be a straight line. So that's, we've been given one straight line in reality. And that also gives us a vector.
Or I would say, because, you know, they accuse us of being pedantic all the time and stuff. So, you know, while they're being pedantic, they're going to say that there's no such thing as a straight line in reality. But whereas a plumb bob, that's the physical manifestation of what a straight line is in reality. So, you know, not to be nitpicky or whatever, but like this, the string obviously is not the one-dimensional concept of a straight line, but it does physically represent what that straight line is in reality. It's the physical what do you call it? Embodiment of that straight line, because it demonstrates what the straight line can be in reality. If that makes sense.
Yeah, if you go back to Plato and all of that, and the philosophers, then they're always looking for the perfect form and the perfect whatever. Well, geometry is the perfect form of all of this stuff, right? So a geometric square is perfect, but you can't replicate that on a piece of paper. You can show what it's meant to look like, but the perfect is within the mathematical concept sense. But you only have that as a concept because you're trying to find the perfect. Well, we only have reality to deal with, so we're trying to emulate that perfect in reality all the time. So.
Right. That's the ideal that's, you know, any measurement, any degree of accuracy is measured from that ideal.
Yeah. That's the concept.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it was good, because in reality, a vertical, a plumb bob is like, that's it. You know, like that's one of the ideal that we try and strive to, and that's as close as we can get to that ideal vertical, and that's why the builders use it, right? The vertical, the plumb bob for the walls. You've got to. It's most important that it's a practical thing that we have in reality that we can use. There's no better. There's no better vertical that we have in reality than a plumb bob, a perpendicle. A fully calibrated professional plumb bob. Of course. String not included. Right. So that's a plumb bob, right? We have the plumb, which is considered vertical. And then we have oh god. God.
I was just going to say there are certain plumb bobs that are not practical. Like you can't make I guess it wouldn't be a plumb bob if it wasn't a correct, plumb bob, but you can't put a piece of paper at the end of a 3/4 inch rope and call that a plumb bob, because that won't, you know what I mean? It's gotta have the elements of a plumb bob that are correct. And there's that word again, that wrecked.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, to put it back on path of the straightness, the true. Okay, so that's vertical sorted. That's what we do. And then this is where a lot of people get problems with it. But hey, I'm going to say truth when truth is spoken. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. So we have one tool for establishing a vertical, and then you have a level for establishing a horizontal. There's many different types of levels. Again, you can get professional levels, you can get precision levels, you can get a multitude of different levels that are as accurate as you can get. Like they are, I'd say they're the standard in reality for measurement wise. They are more precise with level than most things in reality. I mean, I suppose engineering gets to fine levels, but I mean, you can do that with this stuff too. You have to precision align a lot of stuff, and you would use a level. Everyone would use it in order to ensure that everything is of working in the correct reference frame. One of them being vertical and the other one being horizontal. That's why I think it's called the right angle. Because if you think back in the day, you wouldn't have many other ideas of what you would to be calling anything. You would only have a plumb bob and a level, water or whatever, but they're the two reference frames that you would have, and you could rely on them in reality. So move on. Level and plumb are always perpendicular. The relationship of perpendicular within geometry comes as a perfect standard, but that perfect standard is replicated in reality with a plumb bob and a level. The two separate tools, they're not combined, they're not part of each other, but whenever you do them, wherever you're going to do them, they're going to be in that perpendicular relationship. You can guarantee it. Two straight lines, just exactly as the geometry says. It's Euclidean 3 space that we live in. You can, I mean, there's no need to take my word for this, right? You can check it, and nobody will ever disagree with you. Well, nobody in reality would ever disagree with you.
Yeah, I was going to make the same point, that you can verify those things you said. You can actually go and double check for yourself.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that.
Go on.
Sorry.
Go on.
I just want to say real quick while you said it, don't take your word for it. Well, don't take Euclid's word for it either.
Yeah.
It's not like Euclid invented anything, but he just put the axioms together, wrote it down and worked it out. But these things exist in reality. Right.
Yeah. You can do this, like I say, you can prove this geometrically, and you can prove it in reality as well. There's a direct link between the geometry, earth measurement, and the stuff you can do in reality. Like when you go out and measure the earth, the land. Because that's what this is for. This is surveying. This is basically what we're saying, right? In a very simple way, without trying to make it any more difficult than it is. This is just linking geometry to reality and to logic as well. It's all linked together. And then this is where we go. Start getting a little bit weird when you find out that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Because you can move the water level around anywhere. And it's always going to be horizontal. And you can step it, you can caterpillar it, you can share straight line segments, or you can do a multitude of things with water levels. And you might be surprised to hear, or you may not be surprised to hear, but the water level is the most accurate level there is. To an accuracy, you can get water levels to work to an accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch. Ultra really accurate water levels. They use them for aligning machine beds and stuff.
Is that like a coincidence bubble level?
Well, no, that would be the auto level. The auto level can get to 0.01.
Yeah, I read a little bit up on the mechanism there. It also seems like you can, like, it's fine-tunable, if you want to use that word.
What's awesome about the water level is it's a perfect. And when it hits that hydrostatic equilibrium within it, zero pressure state, it's perfect, and it's up to you to how close you can get to it. You know, they use micrometers that touch the water to get those accuracies. Pretty amazing.
Break the surface of the water. I mean, there's a few steps you have to go to. But we can employ all of these sort of things and the methods that we have. You know, the logical statements that we have and the ones that we've, like say, not even dreamt up, but just sort of logicked, that are involving the water levels and stuff. I mean, it's provable. We can back it up every step of the way. We can show you the logic. We can show the geometry that backs the logic. We can then show you the way that you can do the test to prove it to yourself. That, you know, these geometric principles are true. I mean, that's all we're saying here is there is a geometry that's provable, and we can show you how to use the logic and to bring the proofs into reality. And we've done the logic. Strangely, you know, I didn't realise this was on here, but it does need updating because we've got some better proofs. But all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's our logical statement. I think the best one, some of the best work we ever did was that horizontal logic parallel, the parallel logic. Because it's already, you know, it's established as a truth. But the only problem now, when you show people this, most people would, there's not much you can do to go against that. If you're a normal person living in reality, right? That every one of those steps that I've just took you through, straight line, perpendicular, vertical plumb bobs, level, horizontal, level and plumb being perpendicular, and then a water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal, and then all horizontal planes being parallel to each other. And that's how different elevations are measured. Changing those horizontals. Like 1 foot above sea level is the same as 2 foot above sea level, but it's just 1 foot higher on that horizontal plane. I mean, that's provable. And that's what we're going to base our logic on going forward, because the geometry, if the geometry is where it's provable and the logic is within the geometry, then it must be provable in reality. Otherwise, you're not really going to get a proof. A geometric proof on a piece of paper is all well and good, but it needs to be able to be duplicated, and of course it can be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone in there, and it wouldn't have been logic in the first place. It wouldn't be within the geometry. If you can't measure the Earth with it, Earth being the land that we go on, because it's not water. That's called bathymetry. The water, doing the geometry underwater, measuring under the water. It's called bathymetry. Right, so is that okay?
I'd say so, since these techniques and tools are the ones actually used, all the time by these professionals, as we want to call them.
Yeah, they're the only tools we can use, really, is the plumb and the vertical. And to keep us all in together with it, we can all easily access all of those sort of things, and we can all easily access the a piece of paper and the principles behind it. So let's go back to the Discord. Right.
The beauty of it is bringing it from the paper to the real world. That's nice.
Right.
It's provable, not in fantasy, but in reality. You have your level and you have your plumb bob.
And Buster the other day went through a really good, what do you want to call it, explanation of how the plumb bob is used underground in mining operations. That was, like, I'm not going to be able to replicate it the way he does with his experience, but he has a really good rundown of that whole thing.
It's sort of something that needs to be visualized, right? That's what I'm having a problem with at the minute. There's so much stuff that we could show, and it like, because Buster's been there, he has the actual experience of watching it, so he has the visual understanding of what's going on, and that's very hard to portray to people. To go along with most of this stuff that we've come up with, most of the proofs of everything.
It's impossible. The experience Buster has, a guy like Rakia has that does it every day. For us, it's impossible to understand that.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and attempt to say what Buster said about it.
But we can get the basics, right? We can get the basics, yeah.
Yeah. Like, they have long underground, tunnels, whatever, and they will use plumb bobs to set a vertical reference, and over that entire distance, they will be parallel, and they have to be, and they are. I mean, if you want it simply stated.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's so
funny?
Just real quick. I mean, that's.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah. Just 3 years ago, when I first started thinking through this, that was really one of the other first proofs for me. As I'm driving across the country and I pick a tower that's just miles and miles away, and a tower that's close to me, and understanding that they're both 90 degrees from each other. I mean, it was just it's that simple.
A string and a piece of metal. Just imagine that, right? A string and a piece of metal, a lead, right? That's where the word plumb came from. Yeah.
why do we still have the people, though, take two telephone poles that are close to you, but one's further apart, one's further, and it appears to be lower? We still have people going, I don't understand why the mountain appears to be lower, and as I get closer, it gets higher and higher. I mean, I don't, to me, that's either straight deception or just really, like, they haven't been listening or they just can't interpret the information.
I'm hoping to go over that. That's where I'm hoping to go, and I'm thinking that Ranty might have made a video to help us sort of explain the problems, because it always helps to find out what people's misconceptions are first, and to see how well people are explaining their misconceptions.
I just wanted to say that for what Rakia just said, that's where that cognitive dissonance thing comes in. They have new information, but they can't process that new information because it goes against what they think they already know.
But this doesn't go against them, right? This is perspective 101. Now, when they're saying that object goes below the horizontal or your eyesight, then yeah, that's not perspective, right? That's the atmosphere causing the optical illusion. That's your brain tricking you on what you're seeing, basically.
Well, they also do, though, because when they see it, they know it's perspective. This is where I think the cognitive dissonance comes in. They know it's perspective, but they relay it to the shape of the Earth. It's just like, how many times have you seen, or yourself, or even myself, tried to talk about geometry and straight lines being straight and all this, and then they always revert to the shape of the Earth, even though you never brought it up in your conversation. You're just talking about geometry, but in their brain, they always go back to the shape of the Earth. It's actually quite a phenomenon to listen to sometimes.
Model affliction.
What I have a problem with is that they know everything about every subject until you bring up something like this, and then they can tell you everything there is about perspective, but then on the other hand, they'll go, I'm getting closer to the mountain and it's appearing bigger and taller. Why is that? It's because it's not over the curve anymore. And I'm like, no, that's just perspective. Like, I don't get
right,
it.
because they keep trying to think about their model in their head. That's the cognitive dissonance, I think. That's what's going on. They can't make it work outside of their model, so they get confused.
That's why I called it the reality model test, because it tests the what you think the model is, together with what we experience in reality. That there is a conflict there. I mean, we know there's a conflict there. That's why we added the cog-dis bit at the beginning. That knowing what occurs in reality, i.e. the truth of the matter, the geometry and all of that, and coupling that with what the model dictates, the model afflicted, like the two just are not the same. They cannot be the same, and it's tough for a lot of people.
Yeah, I find they can agree on any one thing as you go, but the minute it starts to go into what, in quotation marks, a model and not match, that's where they get really buggered up.
Yeah, they put the model there.
Well, they'll say perspective can't cause that, right? But you're not dealing with just perspective. You're dealing with perspective in a dynamic atmosphere with vision over long distance. You got to combine all that. And if you don't, you're either lying to yourself or you're just not able to. I don't know. I mean, I don't get that part. If you've been here 4 or 5 years and you don't get how that would work on either, no matter what the shape, then, there's no hope, right? There's just no getting that through.
Listen, Rakia, we have formulas that take into account refraction at that distance, and we can just make everything equal out, bro.
I'm fixing a mute buster.
It's like you've got formulas. That George has sorted those formulas out with his testing over his lake. I mean, these are just things that people don't use. Refraction formula. I mean, who does that? There's a claim that
I've never even
surveyors
heard
do
of
it. Yeah, there's a claim that surveyors do these fantastical long distance measurement things, but they just don't. They have no need to. Everything's already been triangulated. They have the base of the map sorted. And they have had for a long time. They're just refining it now, putting the little bits of the new towns, and whenever they build new housing projects or put new pipework in, they're remapping all of those bits to get more exact. There's some claims of this stuff. I mean, what would be? Can anybody think of a good reason for them to be able to have a refraction index for looking over a long distance? I mean, what would ever need that to occur? Who would have that?
Well, the curve, of course.
For what purpose?
For their
The only thing I
magical
can-
sphere.
Yeah, to be able to calculate to make the math fit a model. No matter what.
Yep.
Oh, where did he go? Did somebody mute him? Somebody mute Rakia.
He's talking logic again.
Yeah, there would be no need.
Was I roboting?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go on mute.
You can come back if you come back. Finish your point. The cat wants to get on the air. It's heard we're live on YouTube. Where were we?
Refraction index.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Like, isn't that just basically saying that at this point and further away, your vision is gonna be inaccurate more and more and more, further and further away? Like, isn't that just simply saying that it's gonna be inaccurate and it's not worth really bothering with? Like, you should keep to closer distances to this, or am I wrong?
No, that's what I'd say. Right? It's always varying, and it varies on a multitude of other things. So for them to be sat day after day working out distances and temperatures of different bands, and they literally wouldn't do it. And nothing that you could add as a number, as a formula that could change it, what you're seeing, to make it exact what you're seeing. I literally don't understand. To me, it's all the stolen concept fallacy again. You're going to use straight lines, or they will use straight lines and angles and stuff to prove that the straight line is actually a curve.
But before all that, what are the two mediums that we're talking about here?
It's air.
Because if I'm not mistaken, refraction requires two mediums, right?
Well, you've seen a Fata Morgana. So it's obvious that I think that is a consequence of air sitting still and not mixing up in the horizontal layers that it does, like the water would do. You know, if there's no flow or circulation, then water would sit within the density of all of everything to be happy with it. Like the air does very similar. And when you get it to sit like that, very still, and you get the light at the right place, and the sun and the lights, all of that at the right time, then you end up being able to see these different bands and different effects, you know, like. But there's definitely something that occurs between those two. Now, how far those bands are separated and how much compression goes into it when you're looking at whatever distance you're looking at. Like, I mean, nobody knows. You can't.
They even call it standard. Like,
Yeah.
that's utterly ridiculous. It's anything but standard.
Well, like when you say they say, like I don't even know why anyone would ever do this. So they, I presume, you're talking about a group of people that have been proven liars to make up things.
Absolutely. Yep.
So it just doesn't make any sense to me. And like I say, the fallacy of stolen concept has to come true. You can't use an angle to a position when you've got a baseline that's straight and then say that straight line isn't straight, it actually curves. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Which is... go on.
And the standard part, like that's what you take an observation and then you say, okay, then I'm going to add so much refraction, standard. That's ridiculous.
So they can put a plus or minus to it at any point they want. They can just change the rules. It's a get out of jail free card, which they've been using for ages. I mean, let's admit it. They always want to go to optics and stuff, so they can play in this fantasy land that just goes round in circular argument. You can't see that.
Then we have.
You can't.
Then all of us, you, me, Travis, even them, Ranty, they have observations of water, and this standard refraction changes every 10 minutes, 15 minutes? It depends. It could be half an hour. You'll never get the same view at a distance, ever.
Yeah, well, let's face it. If we're dealing with logic, then at the end of the logic, it has to be proved. Well, you'd want to hopefully find some way of putting it to geometry. Then the geometry could be laid out and proved geometrically, but then you've got to prove that in the real world. Well, a picture could never do that proof, right? You can't take a picture and say this is the proof of this logical and geometric statement. You'd have to be able to perform the geometry in reality. You could take pictures of you doing that, but the picture could never be the proof, because you'd already have to have the proof of doing the task to get the proof in reality. So most of us know that a picture's just a picture. I mean, it's one of the things that I found so strange when we first came into this, was that you would show a picture and somebody would say, what does that prove? And you go, it's just a picture. Literally. Because one of the first pictures we took, my lad, 85 miles, the Isle of Man. I mean, he was well chuffed. I mean, it's an 85-mile shot. And
I'll
so
ask you to explain this picture.
Yeah.
It's a picture. It's worth 1,000 words.
They go like, go on, what does that prove? And it's like, well, it proves that we just got a P1000. We seen a sign that said Isle of Man, 85 miles that way, and went, perfect timing. Let's take a picture. Wow, it's there. I mean, it was, what's this camera? It's amazing. It just so happened that it was good enough conditions that we could see it on that day. But we didn't know that. Just walking round with the P1000 with the lad. See a sign that says 85 miles. Point the camera at it. Click. Wow, it's there. We thought the camera was brilliant.
You know what the beauty of that is? While they're asking you that question, inside of their heads, they know what the problem is there, right? But somehow they want you to talk about it. See, the problem is in their head and their model. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They ain't asking you what is that picture just for no reason. There's a reason why they're asking you that.
It's just a picture that that's taken, and we were chuffed. But they want all sorts of proofs, and where were you, and how far away are you, and what sort of lens, and what sort. It's like literally, like I'm not fussed about it. It's just a picture. We thought it was great. It's going in the picture album, and that's that. But there's loads of people that get upset. I mean, that's not us to get upset about it. It's another group of people that want you to be having to prove something all the time. And when they wouldn't even listen to a proof if it hit them in the face, right in front of them.
They want you to say, oh, that's too far. So then they could ask you, how high were you? What focal length? What was the temperature? The corridor? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, oh, isn't that weird? Doesn't it look funny?
Yeah, that kind of brings me back to the refraction index, and I had this thought, like, it sounds easier to just do an auto lever measurement off into the distance instead of going and finding the temperature and the air pressure and all of these other factors.
Yeah, it's almost as though it's like smoke and mirrors, isn't it? It's like a magic trick where they can confuse you and just sort of give you an idea that something...
Yeah, because I mean, this stuff is like actually measured, and all of this optical stuff is just, what did you call it? Non sequitur?
I suppose so. I like the pictures for just showing what you've done, but there's nothing to beat actual live being there. If you're doing proofs or whatever, but I mean that's at the proof stage, which we are miles away from at the minute. Like, but that's where we're hopefully going to be able to get to. But in order to get to the actual providing proof, we need to have the foundations of the understanding of what we're dealing with. And once you find out how simple it is, it's easy to. So what do you reckon? Do we need to go through the Euclid stuff now this week? It's 10:15 now. We've been going an hour and a quarter. So is everybody want to carry on with this, and we'll go into the Euclid a bit more and see how far we get with it, or I'm gonna leave it for next week? I mean, I'm used to going like 3 or 4 hours.
I was just gonna say, I don't mind continuing personally, but whatever everybody else wants.
I might need to go and make a brew in a bit and get some make a brew. Right, so we carry on. Everyone happy with all of that sort of stuff, or anyone want to have a bit of a chat about something that we've said before we go back 2 steps and start off with the basics?
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and give everybody a chance to say something. I don't want to be... I want the more participation that we have in all of this, the better. because I'm hoping that people that wouldn't normally speak can come out and speak about this sort of stuff, because it's going to be simple. And we're starting at the beginning for reasons that I want everyone to come along on this, and even new people, maybe more people that have never actually come and spoke, that give them a chance to. I mean, we are moderated here, but as you can hear, most people are quite respectful in this when we start talking about these subjects and stuff. We're hoping to get a platform where anybody can speak and say anything. So no matter how simple, because some of this stuff is really, really simple, really, really easy. But if you have a way of wanting to say it, if you think you can say it even more simply than what I'm doing, or, you know, give us some hints and stuff to help us all through it, then please let us know and join in. Right, so I don't know how I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to have to take a few pictures, because I don't know whether I've...
Yeah, I'll add on a little bit to what you just said about joining into the conversation, because this topic of the logic is the topic that made me interested in actually joining the conversation, because listening to all of these other conversations, it just leads into circles. While this is more, what's the word in English? This is more concrete. Like this you can actually work with. So this is what's, to me, the topic that made me sort of want to speak out as well.
Absolutely. I can guarantee you there's a brilliant idea right now in somebody's mind right here that we're talking right now.
Right, let me get this.
I think I had too much food and I'm going to have diarrhea. Was that the great idea? Or...
You took X-Lax. What did you say? Diarrhea?
Right. So, I've just put in the live stream 2 text there. I'll get it up on the... people can see it on the YouTube. Now, this is the very beginning of Euclid. We start off with definitions. So, in order for you to have an argument or set forward something, you have to base whatever it is you're basing off a set of definitions, a common understood wording of things that you can then build on. Now, Euclid being a tool for teaching logic, I'm going to say, works in an axiomatic form, right? Which is everything builds on what comes before it. And you are going to start with nothing and then build upon that to give you everything that we understand and prove every step of it on the way, and then use those proofs to build upon to give you more proofs, like Buster likes to say, and then and then and then
it's a little bit like
just...
math, right? Like how math, you start with nothing, you have zero, nothing, there is nothing, and then the moment you get an object, right, that's, you can build on that, right? You have an object, now we can build on that, we have another object. Now if you have those objects, we can classify those as two, right? The two builds on the one builds on the none, right?
Yeah.
And it all just goes from there.
All of it, everything, starting from the definitions. Now, like it says within the build up to the logic, now this is formulated on truthful statements, but it's an axiomatic system. So they've cleverly, brilliantly put everything together in a way that it proves itself and it proves that the definitions and everything's just true. It's a self-serving, complete system. Now, mathematics has tried to formulate this type of a system all the way through the different ideas, but there is nothing like a Euclidean elements like what we're going to work through a bit.
Because math has like negative numbers and stuff that doesn't match reality, and I think that's the difference. And that's where it branches off, right? Because there's so many aspects of quote math that there is no direct relation, right?
Well, there was a couple of contentions within mathematics over the history once you get into the geometry and all of that. And one of them was zero, because it's a mathematical concept. It can never be achieved. There can never be a nothing, because there's always got to be something, right? So it's an impossibility only available within maths. And then the second one is infinity. You can never go there to check it because it supposedly keeps going on forever. So that's another bone of contention. But those two only exist in mathematics. Geometry, when the geometry is talked about, it's talked about shapes. And those straight lines can be extended infinitely. But the boundaries of them are the shapes that you're dealing with, right? A straight line has to have 2 points at its extremities. Well, those points have to be plotted for you to draw the straight line. So there is a definite to the Euclid and an indefinite to mathematics, like Right the Hand says. If you can't ever get to zero, then you can't have less than zero. You're putting it into a conceptual place that doesn't and cannot ever exist other than within that. I mean, now you can say that you can. Well, people will argue about what there can't be negatives and all of that, but I don't know. I like to live in reality and relate things to reality, so I don't like the numbers. Go on.
So here, WS, he's like, Euclidean geometry, you can get an angle formed by a straight line and a curved line. Now, we know that is not wrong because the angle is the ratio. The ratio stays the same, right? It's just the ratio between two straight lines. When one of them is curved, it's not uniform. So it's useless, right? And this is where, I don't know, I just don't, I don't know why they push it.
I've got him blocked, right? Because he does that and he keeps saying stupid stuff.
I do too. I just sometimes
you have a look at them to see what his stupid shit is saying. So I hope nobody's actually taking note of what WS says. I mean, if he could do anything about that, he'd be saying it himself. He'd be coming in here and being able to prove it. But you can't prove it. Therefore, he'll keep saying it in chat.
Yeah, because if he measured the angle, it would be different, right? It would depend where along the curved part you measured it. You would get a different angle. So, of course, he's not going to come here and show you how different it's going to be.
Well, we're going to go through the things, right? So there's no need to talk about irrelevant people. Like, we're going to do away with all of the do the bullshit and try and stick to what actually is and not what other people imagine that. I literally can't see the point in people like WS saying stupid things like that, especially when we're doing logic. Anyway, so the elements is a way for us to form all of these things with definitions, and the definitions start with a point is that which has no parts or which has no magnitude. So nothing. Book literally starts with nothing. And that's what a point is. It's a nothing. It's a location marker. It doesn't actually exist. What a better way to start. Excellent, right? That's genius. You
So
start
it's not
with
even
nothing.
it's not the object even, right? It's just the place where you could put something.
Yeah,
right?
we're a better place to start than with nothing.
At the point.
Yeah. At the starting point. Right, so then the next one, a line is length without breadth. Again, it's nothing. It literally does not exist. A point and a line. A line is length without breadth. It's one-dimensional.
Which is impossible.
Yeah. It's a concept. Like it never exists in the first place. It's an ideal, like Platoism. It's something that cannot be achieved only to a standard of accuracy and replicated in reality, which we'll get round to later. But don't forget, this is an axiomatic system. So those are the two things within Euclid that cannot be proved. Right? You literally cannot prove that as being true, either of those points. But I'd say they're the only two things that you cannot prove. Everything else from that point, given those basic starting blocks, can be proved. So we carry on now. The extremities of a line are points.
The termination point of the line.
And the start point.
And the start point, yeah.
I mean, it's easy enough to go
So
along
the
with.
nothing starts at nothing and ends at nothing.
Yeah, and the line is which is between those 2 points. And then a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. But it builds on the other one, right? I mean, the other one could have been a straight line too. Right? The extremities of a line are points. Well, that could be a straight line. That still describes a straight line. But to build on it, a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Evenly. So evenly is described within there as well. So that evenly is already deemed to be known as to what evenly is. Well, straight's already deemed to be known what straight is, but this is an axiomatic system. He has to build upon what he had. And then he carries on. Once you've got a straight line, you say a superficies is that which has only length and breadth. Well, a superficies is a surface.
Now we start getting into reality.
Well, no.
Not yet. We're still in 2D.
Yeah.
Well, length. Well, that's true. Length and breadth. Yeah, true.
This is what you call a plane. Length, one dimension, breadth.
Yeah, we don't have the height yet. Yeah.
There's only 2D. So it still doesn't actually exist. But it becomes more familiar that you can represent that as a piece of paper or whatever, right? So you have a more visual understanding of it, that you can relate that to reality now, right? So that's the surface that you're going to deal with 2D.
So we have length and width. Yeah.
Yep, 2D. Like it said with the line is length without breadth. Well, a surface is length and breadth. And then it says the extremities of a superficies are lines.
So just like the line and its extremities being points, now we've evolved into 2D. Now the extremities are the lines themselves.
Yeah, the boundaries of that surface that you're dealing with are that's what he said, it's a line. You know, that's how you deem whatever the boundary of that plane that you're dealing with.
So we have length and breadth, which is width. Right?
Yeah, 2D. Like a square, a rectangle, or whatever, right? You can then make that as big as you want. It's just any shape, really.
No, but they say breadth, but breadth is actually width. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple different ways of calling it. Call it XY if you're laying it down on the graph or whatever, right? It's just
And the Z makes it 3D. Yeah.
Well, this is important now, right? That you lay the Z as all these Z, X, and Y as straight, right? Because when you start wanting to do, elevation or whatever, you're going to need all this in place.
Yeah, this is the foundations of what you will use later on. But like you say, we are miles away from there. We are literally laying the foundations of how to use logic, right? And we're at the beginning of definitions, so we have to be able to understand the definitions that we're going to use within the logic that we're going to start formulating, because that's what he does within Euclid, right? These are the best arguments there ever were that have been formulated in the book, that have been proven, right? You cannot falsify any of the arguments built within this book. Impossible. Otherwise, they'd have done it without the trickery that they have used and employed. So we'll carry on, right? So
yeah,
go
on. The trickery they employ doesn't actually disprove anything. It literally just takes the conversation away from the subject and then confuses the shit out of you.
Yeah. Well, that's why laying these definitions down are a vital part to expose the trickery that's going to be employed by people that are probably listening to us right now.
Exactly.
So
that's why I wanted to clarify breadth, width, and clarify also we're still in 2D, we're still in fantasy.
Yeah.
We're not in real world yet.
Length 1, breadth 2 dimensions. Length is one dimension and breadth is the other dimension. It's the easiest way of thinking of it. And then it says a plane superficies is that which has any 2 points being taken. The straight line between them lies wholly in this superficies. This is a pretty important one, right? That's saying that any superficies that's length and breadth, i.e. 2D, if you take any 2 points on that superficies surface, there would be a straight line between them on that surface, right? It's saying a 2-dimensional surface is a plane surface. It's flat, right? If you want to conceptuate any 2 points anywhere on it, you would join that line, it would be a straight line. So that surface has to be a flat plane, right? A plane surface within, meaning that 2D is a plane surface. That's within the definitions of it. So he's just gone, he's explained you a line or whatever, and then a plane, a superficies is that which has length and breadth, and then it says it are lines, and then a plane superficies is that which has any 2 points being taken. The straight line between them lies wholly in the plane. It's a plane two-dimensional surface. Then it says a plane angle is the inclination of two lines to one another in a plane which meet together but are not in the same direction. Right? Don't forget what he's doing. It's axiomatic system. You have to build up bit by bit by bit every step of the way. He starts off with a line is length without breadth. Then the extremities of a line are points. Then a straight line is that which lies evenly between its points. Then it starts off with the plane, explains the plane, then puts the lines around the plane, then says that the plane is flat. Right now he's going on to a plane angle is the inclination of two lines to one another within a plane. Then, this is a pretty important one as well. Oh, wait a minute. I need to get a new picture, don't I? Right, here we go. How's that? Swap it for... You with us? Got on to the next one, page 2, number 9. A plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line. So, to me, this is where they've started to mess about with maths, and you might be able to see that a straight line having 180 degrees, I don't agree with, because of this statement. It says a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line, right? So the very fact that you can't have two straight lines sharing a common segment means that you cannot make an angle between them, because it is the same straight line. It's a proof that a straight line is a straight line. There's no angle to be gained, because there's no point midway on the line.
Bev, does that mean that it only finds its degree if it's placed as the diameter of a circle? That's the only time you're going to get a measurement of a degree, but by itself, a straight line by itself has no degree. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you take this, that there is no such thing within Euclid as a degree. They don't exist at this time, and there is no need for them to exist within this geometry. Remember, this is just teaching logic with line and form. There's no need to bring numbers into any of this or confuse and complicate it by applying any of the data used within it. We are literally trying to keep this on a logical, because this is pre-maths, if you will. This is to show that the maths should be based upon logic and not something within numbers, because, as we've just said, that you can't ever achieve 0, and then therefore you can't have less than 0. So that means the actual numbers are a fantasy, where you can't go basing your entire being on something that you can just make up that could never be achieved. So this is meant to be a step of just easing people through the process of logic, really. I think that's what this is.
So then the meeting of these two lines, where there's an inclination, there's an obtuse and an acute side, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're on number 9 still, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I want to just clarify if I can.
Yeah, please.
Like, if you have a straight line, you put the point A at, one extremity, the point C at the other end, and then you place the point B at the center. And if you then say that the line to the left of the B and to the right of the B are two separate lines meeting at that B, there will be no angle measurement in between those two straight lines, because at that point where you say that they meet at the same point, they are, like Bev said, sharing the same, they are the same straight line at that point. So you can't have an angle to itself. And so only the plane rectilinear angles can then only be measured on as the relationship between two lines that are different, on different, well, you can call them angles, like they meet at the, how do you say it, they are not the same line, they will meet and cross each other, then you can measure angles. But at the point A, B, C, that straight line, there will be no angle to itself.
Yeah,
like, anybody feel free to simplify what I just said.
Yeah, it basically, like, what you've got to do is don't jump ahead of Euclid, right? He's leading you through an axiomatic system, and we are only in the definitions.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So he's only defined a line as between 2 points. So if you've only got one straight line, you've only got 2 points. And since the definition he's just give you is a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of 2 straight lines, then having only 2 points, you have an inability to have 2 straight lines. You've only got one straight line, and if the other one shares the same 2 points, then there's no angle between them. It just doesn't make any sense anyway. That's the way.
No, because they are the 2 same points, therefore the 2 lines are the same line, and there are actually not 2 lines.
This is something that, like, everyone can do for yourself, right? Euclid says it, and obvious that these arguments have gone on by the guys that were writing it 2,000 years ago, if that's how long ago it was, and you're like, who knows? But then it goes on to say about several angles that then you mark the angles. You start at one end. A, B, C, like that's how you describe the angle. You describe one end, then the apex, then the other end of the angle. So that's how you have to describe it. 3 points with the angle being between those two formed at the apex. And then this is my favourite one, because this one shouldn't exist if the model's true. This shouldn't be here. This is where they start really struggling. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. So that's the very definition 10 of perpendicular, and it describes the relationship of 2 straight lines to one another forming the right angles. I love that one. I think that's brilliant, right? That, and the way it's worded as well.
It's very, very precise, even to the point where the lines don't cut each other yet. Like they have been very precise that it stands on it. And it's not cutting through yet.
Yeah, and then you go to all of the other angles, and I'll get another picture ready. So an obtuse angle is that which is greater than a right angle. So what he's doing here is he's sort of defining everything based on what came before it. And you'll see that the definition of a right angle as defined by the perpendicular, then goes to do follow on to the next one, right? So an obtuse angle is that which is greater than a right angle, and an acute angle is that which is less than a right angle.
No numbers. I just want to reiterate.
I was just gonna make that very point. This is where people usually start to add numbers to the system and start to.
But there's no need to, right? I mean, you may think that you can go beyond it, but just stick with Euclid, right? And watch the beauty of this system. This is only the definitions again. But it gives you a formulation of how to just build upon what came before, right? It's and then.
Yeah, both the acute and the obtuse is referencing the right angle and just phrasing it as either greater or lesser, smaller than the right angle. So it's very simple.
Yeah.
Well, just real quick, it doesn't give a value to the obtuse or the acute, right? Kind of like what Chris just said. There's no number value. You know what I mean? Like the right angle is equal. There's two equal angles, but the acute and the obtuse are not equal. One is less, one is greater. But but there's no value to either of them because I don't know why.
Doesn't have numbers. There's no numbers. This is just based on pure logic.
Right.
Which is
yeah.
You'll find that a step through it, right, is what he does is he defines something. And then he relates the next thing to that he's defined to, right? There's a relationship of everything. So everything gets referenced to something for before.
Yeah. And I think that's might be why when I brought this up before with the acute and the obtuse, I might have lost connection, but it didn't seem like you addressed it. You went on to the right angle. But I understand the process or the progression, right? From the one to the next to the next. So.
Yeah. Well, you take it step by step. He's defined a line. Then he's give you a plane in which to work on, right? So he shows you a line, what a line is. He shows you then how to use the line to define the plane. Then he defines the plane by saying any 2 points on that plane will be deemed as a straight line. So if you define the surface as a plane surface and then say, we are going to work on this, then you can say any 2 points on that surface will form a straight line. So that's, you've got your straight line, you've got your artwork, your piece of paper, right, to put your thing on. And now he's building lines on the paper and he's saying, right, if you can put a line here and you can join them here, then an angle is what we're going to call the inclination of one to another. Right? Then he's going to go, well, now we can, if we have the right angle, we can then reference other angles to the right angle. Right? He's showing you that you build upon what you've been given one step before. To lay the foundations of what's to come next. It's a beautiful system once you get into it. So he's defining an angle, so that's how you relate a line to a line within the thing, you know. So he's saying here's a surface you can now put lines on. Now here's how you relate a line to a line. Next step is a term or boundary is the extremities of anything. Right? So anything, it has to be something, and it has boundaries, it has extremities. Once you make it a thing, you can then put lines around it. Right? So now you've got a surface that you can make something on, put lines around it. And then, okay, a figure is that which is enclosed by one or more boundaries. Again, he's still like building upon it. which is like he's going one step at a time all the way, and it's beautiful.
And a figure is a shape.
Is that which is enclosed by one or more boundaries. So, yeah, and then he goes on, a circle is a plane figure contained by one line, which is called the circumference, and is such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within the figure to the circumference are equal to one another.
Yep.
It's beautifully done. It's like, this is a circle, and this is a thing that's one line, and it's one line that's called the circumference, and the circumference is always at the same distance away from somewhere. Next one. And this point is called the center of the circle. So he defines the circumference before the center. Isn't that weird? I think it's one of the most fantastic things ever, that.
I love it for the reason that you can go back then and find the center of that circle.
Yeah, the circle needs to be made before you can find the center of it. It's and a diameter of a circle is a straight line drawn through the center and terminated both ways by the circumference. So he defines the circumference, then tells you the center, and then defines the diameter by using both the circumference and the center. I think this must have been a team of people, that put this together. There's no way this is just one guy. This is logic that formed itself, but took a team of people to place it in this way together.
Yeah, I mean, you can just reference last week when we were talking logic, how many actual good conversations and how much work is needed to be done with the logic in order to make it pinpoint. You got to mind your P's and Q's, right? And it was a team effort last week, so I would agree with you.
Well, I'm sure we've had a circumference talk as well. Is that right to hand? We did have a circumference talk the other day and a radius, didn't we?
Yeah, and that's how I think it happened, right? Like, I think Euclid kind of put it all together, but when he had contention or if he was uneasy, he would bring it to his people. They would have the talk, and then he'd be like, oh, okay, then they'd all kind of agreement, and then he'd keep writing.
Yeah, don't word it like that. Perhaps if we word it like this, and it's all just formulated, and it's beautiful. Right, so here we go. I mean, this is where we're stuck. We've just done now. It says the diameter of a circle is a straight line drawn between the center and terminated both ways by the circumference. The brackets. A radius of a circle is a straight line drawn from the center to the circumference. Now, that being in brackets, I would have to check the notes and all of that, but I'd say that is a name that has been given at a later point, I would imagine, or whether it's taken that a radius being part of the diameter would be just a straight line, right? It's two straight lines that make up one diameter. So whether that's in brackets because it's taken that a radius is just half of it, or whether it's not mentioned, a little bit weird, right? I suppose. I don't know. I honestly don't know why that radius. I'm deeming that it comes in later, but I mean, it's in this book, so therefore it relates to a circle, definitely. I'm not guessing it's going to figure in anywhere with the squares, but we never know. Cross your fingers. Whoever it was, Gummy Bear. Cross your fingers, Gummy Bear, we might get there.
Yeah, book 4.
Semicircle is the figure contained by the diameter and a part of the circumference cut off by the diameter. That's again, that's beautiful. Not just half a circle, because you can't use half. It doesn't want to use 1 divided by 2. It's got to do it all within logical, so you've got to do it in words to express it as succinctly as you can. Rectilinear figures are those which are contained by straight lines. So that's where the rectilinear, because linear's lines, rect would be straight, which is really weird because that's what Rumpus has called his test. We're going to call it the test of stolen concept.
With the bent pole.
Yeah, with the bent pole to signify how he's doing it. Right. Again, this is another one that they'll probably have problems with. Trilateral figures or triangles by 3 straight lines. Shockingly, surprisingly, a triangle has 3 straight lines. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, who'd have thunk it? And this is only the definitions, remember? I mean, it's only the definitions within Euclid that will get to be proved.
No numbers in what makes a triangle.
No,
right?
no. Just 3 straight lines. It's really weird that some people will argue about quadrilateral figures by 4 straight lines. So that's lateral straight lines again. 4 straight lines. Multilateral figures or polygons by more than 4 straight lines. So that's a polygon. Straight lines. It's going to be a figure of all of this sort of stuff. There's a lot of straight line stuff. Of 3-sided figures.
Definition 19, Bev? You're reading? Is that definition 19, book 1 you're reading?
19, a segment of a circle. That one.
No, the what you were just saying, the straight line, the triangle. I thought I read that the other day.
21.
On definition. That's 21? Okay.
Yeah, in my book anyway. I mean, they different.
It was 19 in the one I read.
Yeah, some of them have different ones, and some of them have added extra definitions, and some of them have taken definitions out of it. There are a couple that do seem to have been added to aid people. We might go over a few of them. You know, the people that use them as arguments, not understanding the axiomatic system that what he's going through with the definitions. So where did we get to? Oh, right. So I'm going to need another picture of 3-sided figures. An equilateral triangle is that which has 3 equal sides, which is again, I like Euclid because of the way it's all formed. And like this is, I hope everybody's coming along with us on this, because this isn't difficult, right? And this is basically what the arguments are formed on, is the understanding of the definitions of everything, and there is nothing more concrete than the definitions within Euclid and mathematics, geometry. You can say after this that you've seen the definitions of what a triangle is, and it has 3 straight sides. So if somebody tells you it hasn't got 3 straight sides and that's not the definition of a triangle, you can just ask them to show you their definition of the triangle. Remember, this will get proved as well. Right, so triangles. An isosceles triangle is that which has two sides equal. Again, this is a very important triangle for perspective and the optics and the games that people play within the arguments that we'll have to figure in with the isosceles triangle. Very important. A scalene triangle is that which has three unequal sides. That's the forgotten triangle. You don't want to worry about that. It's just a triangle. I don't think anybody would even know what scalene means, right? You'd never need to use it. It's a posh fancy word for a triangle that you just won't use.
Yeah, in geometry problems at school, they will make you.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll make you fix that triangle. That's the triangle that needs fixing. And
Here, fix it with a straight one.
Yeah.
Like a right angle.
Yeah. Fix it by dropping a perpendicular down the middle to make two right angle triangles.
Basically.
Which is the next one, which it says, a right angle triangle is that which has a right angle. And that right angle means, I think, in this, it means true and correct, but it means you can actually do something with that triangle. That right angle, that's the angle that you want, because you can then work with that triangle. All of the other ones are not much. You can't really do much with them. There's not an awful lot you can do with this geometry, practically. But the right angle is definitely one of the most important things. And I think it's there because that's the basis that you can form things on. And horizontal and vertical, like we just said earlier, they form the basis of that right angle. So the fact that within geometry the right angle works and it enables you to do things with it, it also is the product or whatever of some sacred geometry, weird stuff. It's there, right? So you may as well make use of it, but the logic definitely makes use of it as you would, because you use whatever's the easiest to prove things with, and the right angle's there for that purpose. And it also says in this, it says, a side opposite to the right angle in a right angle triangle is frequently called the hypotenuse. Well, that's a relationship, one line in a certain triangle. Now that is very important for later on. If you take that, because that hypotenuse is going to turn into a diameter of a circle, and that's how you form right angle triangles. But you know, they put that word in there, a hypotenuse. It's only related to a right angle triangle within the definition. It's a bit trigonometry and all of that, so I don't want to bother you too much. Right, where are we? An obtuse angle triangle is that which has an obtuse angle, i.e. an angle bigger than a right angle. And it can only have one. An acute angle triangle is that which has three acute angles less than a right angle. Of four-sided figures, a square is that which has all its sides equal and all its angles right angles. The square only has four sides, and four equal sides and four right angles. It's the basic definition of a square. within Euclid. An oblong. I mean, how long? That's got to be old school, that, right? I can remember oblongs, but they went out of fashion, I think. Like 80s, early 90s. It's a rectangle now, isn't it?
Just on a side note, it makes it a little bit interesting to think about why they used a square to describe someone who was out of place. You know, don't be such a square. But a square has equal sides and equal angles, so it's almost a perfect, reasonable shape.
An oblong or a rectangle is that which has all its angles right angles, but not all its sides equal. Notice he's not bothered using parallel as a term.
It hasn't been needed.
Yeah, I know. It's really strange though, right? Because since what they're going to do later on, the trickery, it's going to he's going to need to do it. But the fact that it isn't mentioned, I'm just pointing out to everyone, right, that within the definitions of anything, he's not using parallel. Right, a rhombus is that which has all its sides equal, but its angles are not right angles. I don't really know much about rhombuses and all of that. They're not much use, I don't think. Right, did I get that in?
Just squish a square a bit.
Yeah.
Yes, also known as a diamond.
Well,
Yeah.
You should hear the stupid questions from the audience. It's not worth even.
Number 33. Definition 33. A rhomboid is that which has its opposite sides equal to one another, but all its sides are not equal, nor its angles right angles. That's a bit funky, isn't it? Again, something that you probably never use. All other four-sided figures besides these are called trapeziums. Oh, and I like this one. This is one of my favourite definitions ever. Parallel straight lines are such as in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. Da, da, da. So basically parallel lines, you know what parallel lines are.
Unless you put them on a basketball. Huh.
And then it says that it's got a note. The terms oblong and rhomboid are not often used. Practically, the following definitions are used. Any four-sided figures is called a quadrilateral. A line joining two opposite angles of a quadrilateral is called a diagonal. A quadrilateral which has its opposite sides parallel is called a parallelogram. The words square and rhombus are used in the sense defined by Euclid, and the word rectangle is used instead of the word oblong. Some writers propose to restrict the word trapezium to a quadrilateral which has two sides parallel, and it would certainly be convenient if this restriction were universally adopted. So it's a skill book, and they're just trying to implement, I'm guessing, some sort of a standard within it, because somebody's trying to confuse the issue about different things and how different people have been taught other things. But that's it. 35 definitions. That's it. Nothing too complicated. Basically, angles, straight lines, squares, triangles, circles, diameters, parallel lines as a definition. Now, that's giving the definitions of everything. So we can they're the tools we can use within the let's say the weaponry or whatever, right? They're the only things we can use going forward, is what has been defined. Now these are the I don't know, what do you call it, what you can work with or how you can use them is postulates. Let it be granted that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other point. So you don't have to have a one-dimensional line, 1D, just length without breadth. That it's saying, let it be granted that you can put 2 points there and draw it from one to the other in a straight line. Although it doesn't actually say it, it says that the only tools you need, as well as not having any mathematics and numbers involved in any of this, the only two things you actually need are a straight edge and a compass. That's all you're going to need now to implement this logic that we've got and been given the definitions. So the postulates of what can be done. So you let it be granted that a straight line may be drawn from one point to another, thus existing as a line for you to demonstrate somebody to somebody. You can go, there's a straight line. Number 2, that a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line. So you can, if you put a stop to it, you can then continue it again. Indefinitely, really. In order for you to use the other part of the line or whatever within the geometric principles. And that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. So he's going the other way round from what he did it. It says the circle may be described, but the word in there is very good because it's scribing. You are actually manipulating something to scribe, to form the circle. And that circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. Now, the wording in that as well is brilliant because they want that in a different form of trickery geometry that they don't really understand yet, and we'll come back to if we ever need to. But just know that where it says at any distance from that centre.
So basically saying that you can use the compass at any width to draw a circle.
Yeah, all you need to do to describe a circle is to say where the centre is and how far away the circumference is from that centre. Basically, I think what you find is within all of this that they can't really describe the curve. There's no other way of doing it. The only way you can is to say there's a radius. And then go, well, you know, that bit the radius would touch all the way around. Because there's no other way to describe a circle or a sphere or whatever than to just say that. It's, you know, it's how far it is from the centre to the circumference. That's literally it. Right? So that's what you can actually do with your... They're the rules of drawing things. You can draw a circle and you can draw a straight line, and you can then extend a straight line. Right, so that's the actual tools you've got. Your compass and your straight edge. I think that's the way I deem those ones, right? The postulates are just what can be done. And then the axioms are these are the rules or whatever. Now, it'll be different in different books. Some of these are called common notations or commonalities or whatever. They're just sort of general rules, which again, you don't hear about these, but these are the axioms. So things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Right? Now, that's a common notation, or, like it's an axiom 1. But to me, it sounds like that logic. If A is equal to B, then, and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. It's a logical formulation of how you can see things that are standard truths. Right? Things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. If equals be added to equals, the wholes are equals. It's some of this stuff. I mean, but what you have to remember is these are the rules that you have to abide by within the geometry. They may sound simple, but they're there because they are rules that you are going to live by within the geometry. You can't stray past these. You are straying out of the bounds of what is possible.
That one sounds a bit redundant, though. Say it again.
If equals be added to equals, the wholes are equal.
The one before, but that one too, a little bit redundant.
Yeah, these are general rules of logic, right? As well. But they've done away with them. In the new geometry, there's only 5 postulates, right? And as you'll find out, if we ever get round to doing Imaginometry, it'll explain itself, right? So go on.
Yeah, the axioms we're reading now, they will, like you say, be the foundation for everything to come. And it's not necessarily only straight line circular geometry. He's going to go into ratios and magnitudes and other things too, which these axioms also need to be applicable. So it's, I just want to state that.
I have a question.
Go on.
Could you give an example of what you mean by that last one? Because I'm thinking, does that mean, are we starting to get into a categorization, like a square is a quadrilateral, has 4 sides? I mean, is that the same?
These are the common notations, right? So these are just, I think these are standards that everyone had to live by, right? You can't start doing magic around these sort of things, right? They're so basic. So you would say, if equals be added to equals, right? Well, so you've got something that equals something else, right? And then you're going to add something that equals something else to something else. Then you would end up with things that are equal, right? Just by the fact that you're adding equals to equals makes equals.
Okay. I think I follow it.
Yeah.
It's kind of making me think of the shared straight line segments now.
With anything, you could think of it with numbers. You know, like this would apply to numbers. These are called common notations that are just like they're deemed as so granted now that they're deemed ridiculous, but they're taught you know, to give you a foundation of how base this stuff is. If equals be taken from equals, the remainders are equal. It goes over it forwards and backwards to prove the same thing. If equals be added to unequals, the wholes are unequal. If equals be taken from unequals, the remainders are unequal.
Like you feel like saying duh.
Yeah.
After that.
But you can't do that because he's just been telling you that a triangle's got 3 straight lines.
I know, it's like, basics. It's like kindergarten. Like you can't argue with that, right?
Yeah. Things which are double the same thing are equal to one another. Things which are halves of the same thing are equal to one another. Magnitudes which coincide with one another, that is, which exactly fill the same space, are equal to one another.
That's another duh.
Yeah. And then these are the ones that I quite like that they've also done away with. Next to the whole is greater than its part.
That's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorites.
That's beautifully worded. Such a simple thing as well. Ultra triggering to some people. And then this one, which is one of the best magic tricks ever performed. I.e., 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. It's just
that's a double duh.
It's a one angle. Well, you'd be surprised, Essie. You would be surprised. There will be people at the minute saying, "Of course, you can have 2 straight lines that enclose a space. You have to." If you
I've heard a couple of them, but man, I don't know.
And all right angles are equal to one another.
At infinity.
Well, no. That's only on one of them. The other one has like it's easy. At the
No, I'm just saying the 2 straight lines not enclosing a space.
Yeah.
That's the excuse you hear. Is at infinity.
That one's really amazing because that's really describing that something that is curved cannot be a straight line.
Yeah.
Because 2 straight lines, by their logic, 2 straight lines could enclose a space because you would have one curved and one straight. But he's literally saying that 2 straight lines can't enclose something. So it can't happen.
Yeah, think about what happens from 2 lines at the pole.
Yeah, but isn't that describing a non-Euclidean surface?
See, there you go. No, because the sphere is a Euclidean shape. Kosho.
The surface is non-Euclidean.
The surface is non-Euclidean.
That's a fallacy of stolen concept.
Definitely, you cannot go.
Yeah, it gets ultra triggering. We just have to say 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space, and then boom.
But when you mean triggered, you mean you're wrong, right? Isn't that what you mean when you say
you
triggered?
saying that this is a wrong statement within Euclid?
I don't care what Euclid says. He's not describing Euclidean geometry.
Who's that? Does that sound like Ruhif getting all triggered?
It is. Hello, Bev.
Wow.
Did you see the video?
Right, can you?
Describing Euclidean geometry.
Oh, wait a minute. You're breaking up a little bit there.
He's breaking up a lot of bit.
Right, well, since we're nearly done at the end of the axioms, if you give us a little bit, Ruhif, and we can just get through this. If you can just not be so triggered, and please let us get through the axioms, and then we'll.
So when you say triggered, you mean being corrected by me, right?
Please be quiet while we get through
I can
this.
for you, Bev.
Finished. Thank you very much.
I'll be quiet for you, Bev.
It's coming from somebody that Somebody that just said Euclid's not describing Euclidean geometry.
No, we're talking about the surface of a sphere, which is non-Euclidean.
We're not.
Euclid
we're talking
is
about
talking about geometry.
axioms. We've not even got there yet, Ruhif. Please, let us finish the axioms.
You brought up pole to pole. That's why we responded to that.
Okay, well, sorry for triggering you guys.
By triggered, do you mean...
Try not to. Can you just please? Thank you very much, whoever did that. Right, so 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. Gets people triggered, as I said. All right angles are equal to one another. A basic statement that we just said earlier, which is the follow through of the perpendicular, which he didn't state earlier, but you can imply that, you know, it's already within the axioms. Obviously, that's provable, that all right angles are equal to one another. It's not that it's an axiom because they're unprovable. That's definitely provable.
Did you just say axioms are provable?
Oh, fucking hell. Yes, I said obviously provable.
Axioms are provable. That's another quote. That's fantastic.
Somebody mute him again, please, until we can get through this. Finish. Thank you. So we'll get through this, and then Ruhif can have his triggered little bit. All right angles are equal to one another. Obviously provable. And the famous axiom, axiom 12, the triangle axiom, which states, if a straight line meet 2 straight lines, that's 3 straight lines, so as to make the 2 interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than 2 right angles, these straight lines, being continually produced, shall at length meet on that side on which the angles which are less than 2 right angles. So basically, if 2 straight lines meet another straight line, you can take the angles on which side they are less than 180 degrees, 2 right angles, then they will meet on that side. So thus showing that a triangle with those 3 straight lines will add up to 180 degrees, 2 right angles, the same amount as angles as 2 right angles, forms the triangle. That's why this is the triangle axiom. It's pretty obvious that he's talking about 2 straight lines meeting another straight line, forming a figure with 180 degrees or 2 right angles. It's easier for me to say 180 degrees because most people understand that. But I'd really like to stick with Euclid and say 2 right angles, because geometrically it's much more accurate to say that. Now, that one about the triangles having 180 degrees is another one that I think they were trying to stop us and talk to us about. Right, so they're the axioms dealt with, and the definitions and the postulates as to what you can do. Now, bear in mind, we were just talking about a plane surface and what can be done there, and the fact that 2 parallel straight lines and angles and how all of those are formed and what a straight line is given within these axioms here. As yet, we've not even worked through it and started it all off within the propositions and how to prove any of that stuff that's just been stated. Because yes, they do get proved. And yes, you can prove things. The whole book is a book of proofs. So I guess the fact that everything's true means that it gets proved.
So, what's a book of proofs?
Euclid.
Oh yeah, with geometry proofs.
Yeah, book of proofs. Yeah, logic. Because logic proves things. And that's where all of the book of proofs are all stored, right? Within Euclid. The geometric proofs, anyway.
Yeah, that's the focus, isn't it?
Yep, that's all we're after in the logic night. So, still been going for a fair bit. I guess anybody wants to free for all.
I'll start it off by saying, or addressing what the first thing that's about to come up after I'm done speaking will be. The spherical geometry, as in number one, we're talking about elements, Euclidean geometry, not spherical. That's number one. And spherical geometry is taking the surface of a sphere into 2D geometry, which the contest should set in at that point. But yeah, my point is that spherical geometry and Euclidean geometry are two very different things, and a sphere is defined and proven within Euclidean geometry as a 3D object.
Yep.
I just want to not conflate the two, because that's what they want to do, right? They want to confuse between what is actually a sphere. And I don't want to go down that route. We all know we're talking about Euclidean geometry and that they're about to bring up spherical. So just wanted to state that very clearly. They are two very different things. Yeah.
Buster, come in. Do you want to come in this spherical geometry? Isn't that your stolen concept thing? Or do you want me to do it? Since we're sticking to the logic. The fallacy of stolen concept is perfect for... You can't use one position within an argument to argue against that very position that you've just took. So I'd suggest spherical geometry would be one of the best examples of the fallacy of stolen concept.
Yeah, sorry, I had to situate my mic, but yeah, that was when they said spherical, I was like, stolen concept.
Yeah, go on. Do you want to try and explain that then?
So Euclidean geometry already defines what the sphere is, and you can't argue against a position when that's already been defined. You can't argue against a position, say Euclidean geometry, and then use spherical geometry, which relies on what a sphere is, but then change it.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different stolen concepts here, because what you're doing is you're taking a sphere from Euclidean geometry. Now, a Euclidean geometry sphere comes in at book 11, solid geometry. So you're taking that solid geometry that's built on all of the other predecessing stuff, what we've just talked about now. You're going all the way through the process to make a sphere. Then you are then getting that sphere and you are bringing it right back into the beginning of the concept and saying, right, this sphere is this 2D that we're talking about. That's got to be a stolen concept, like a full and utter.
Yeah, I would say every single named shape out of Euclid will have to be renamed completely in spherical geometry.
Which is one of the things that we've been looking for whenever anybody says that, is for the definitions, like we've just gone over. Within that is, where are those definitions for spherical geometry? Because they haven't said that the parallel straight lines are that which lies in the same plane. You know, the definitions haven't changed. So they can't redefine things in the way that they want to.
Well, you got so many problems. You can't have a straight line, but then you also can't have a radius in spherical geometry, so that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, because that is a straight line.
And that would invoke 3D, and you have 3D
in a 2D concept.
In a 2D concept.
Built around the 3D. Yeah, it's really hard work. A Penrose lies that way once you start trying to think about it too much. But I'm guessing some people might be able to. I can't. I can't even imagine. I can't even. How about that?
Yep. No, it gets really tricky when you try to imagine a 3D surface in 2D space. Like it gets weird real quick.
Sure, yeah. I think that's because you're supposed to imagine the 2D surface in 3D space. In 3D space, there exist 2D surfaces.
But then I will ask you, why am I supposed to go away from Euclid and into spherical geometry? There is no reason for me to do that, so why should I?
Because the axioms of Euclid, specifically the parallel postulate, it doesn't apply to the surface of a sphere, because you can have two lines on the surface of a sphere, which will indeed meet, even if they're parallel, or even though they start off parallel.
A surface that is defined as 2D is conceptual.
All surfaces are defined as 2D.
They're not.
No.
You just haven't got into we've not got to book 11 yet. We will get there, but we're starting off at the basics. We don't want to try and advance people into the 3D geometry just yet, because we need to have a good founding, a good base to start off from, and that's all we're trying to do. Kosho, we want to try and simplify this as simple as possible, so even the most I don't know, people that think this is complicated, right? It's not complicated at all. We're just talking about logic.
You don't want to start off giving wrong information either, right?
Okay, well, we've just read Euclid. What was wrong?
Yeah, Kosho said all surfaces are 2D. There's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly correct.
Well, yeah, a surface is 2D in plane geometry. Right, that's the base that it says any 2 points on that surface would connect a straight line. A straight line would lie wholly within the surface. That's what 2D is, right? Are you with us on that?
Yes, and like on a sphere, you can define any point on that sphere with two coordinates, making it two-dimensional.
No, not on a 2D plane surface, no.
I didn't say plane, I said on a sphere.
You said 2D.
2D, two dimensions describe any point
length times
on a
breadth.
sphere. No, latitude times longitude.
No, we've just gone over the definitions. Length times breadth. The basic mathematical definitions of a plane surface. 2D, length times breadth. 1, length, breadth, 2. 2 dimensions. 1 length, 1 breadth. 2 dimensions.
And it is conceptual. That's why in 3D reality, I can take measurements. But 2D conceptual, I can get a square footage of a room. That's conceptual. But in reality, I took the measurements.
How's the surface of a 3D something 2D?
2D is conceptual.
Because when you move an object across the surface, you have 2 degrees of freedom. Ergo, you have, and that's no matter what shape object you have. You have 2 degrees of freedom of movement in any direction. So that's 2 dimensions.
You can't go drilling into the object, right? That'd be 3.
You're objectifying it.
You could drill into an object right to hand, but then you wouldn't be on the surface any longer.
It would be 3D if you objectify it and make it an object. We just dealt with the basic definitions of a 2-dimensional surface. And do you want me to go over it again? Because there was a bit. I'm pretty sure within the definitions it says.
A second ago, you said it
back at the
correctly.
beginning. A plane
Language just now, but yeah, planar surfaces.
is that which
Right.
any 2 points being taken, the straight line between them lies wholly in that superficie surface.
That describes a planar surface. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about planar surfaces anymore. We're talking about objects, 3D space. Objects in 3D space
do
can
you
be
want
any
me-
shape,
you want me
and
to
their
go-
surface are 2D.
Could you, just for you, we'll go to the first 2 definitions in book 11. Right, seeing as you go into that bit, right? You want to get really advanced. A solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. 3. He's added another dimension in because he's gone to solid geometry, right? So he's added
Kosher,
he's added an extra dimension,
Solid objects.
right?
Kosher, you know all about thickness.
Yeah, and then it says number 2, that which bounds a solid is a superficies. Well, it's just said that the solid has length, breadth, and thickness. 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the
So
solid
then
does.
The thing that bounds the
surface
solid is a what?
must-
A superficies?
Yeah, superficies.
What's the difference between a superficies and a surface?
None,
I
it
think
just
I think
sounds
that's-
cooler when we've got
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, but that's the whole point. Is the object?
Superficies.
The object was the first part of that, and the superficies was
we
the
call
surface.
him 2D.
The thing that's bounded.
Or should we call him 3D? He's grown up. He's entered the reality world. Once he gets 3 dimensions, he turns into 3D superficies. That's why it's redefined. Isn't that weird? That it actually redefines it. Once they add in the 3rd dimension, I think that's fascinating. That once
I
you
think
learn
you guys are
Euclid, I mean,
working-
you're up to 11, book 11, and that's where he redefines the surface because he adds
Yeah, I
in
think
the
you guys are
extra
working
dimension.
with 2 different definitions for surface.
Who is?
You and Kosho.
Why?
No, that one's fine. The face of a solid is a surface. That's fine.
The face of a solid. Wow, that was a bit deceitful, wasn't it? How many faces does a sphere have, Kosho? Pardon? How many
I'm not gonna
faces?
I'm not gonna play your childish games, man.
How many faces?
But yeah, we're both reading. We're both reading the second
Yeah.
definition.
Well, I know, but
chapter
you
11.
said a
Different
face
phrasing.
is that has a 2-dimensional surface, right?
If you don't understand it, then I'm not the one to help you, buddy. But I'm not gonna play your game.
Go on, yeah, go on. What? Remind me,
yeah.
what was it that I don't understand? That a face
Well,
is a 2-dimensional surface
We
within
both just
geometry.
read the second definition of chapter 11. We just read different copies of different translations, the same book, and you're asking me about my definition, which is the exact same as yours.
Yours
Just
said
different
face, did it? Did yours say faces? Because mine didn't.
Mine didn't either.
No. What did you say about faces, Kosho? And can you just remind us how many faces a sphere has? No? Oh, well, see. I'll just point out to everyone that a redefinition within Euclid is only needed when there is a change that requires a redefinition. And the fact that he does, at definition 2, redefine a surface, superficies, as that being that which bounds the solid, is pretty important. Since yet he has not defined a sphere. He defines the surface is that which surrounds it, what bounds it. There is no form to it. It's just something that has 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and thickness. And the surface is that which bounds it. So therefore, also 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and thickness. It moves in different dimensions. And can be all 3. It's pretty simple. I mean, like, again, this is logic, basic logic. I wondered why people wanted to argue with it, and I've been asking for people, certain people, to come and have a discussion about this, because it needs to be discussed rather than people just saying things in the chat. And we've already had, I mean, we have had the 2D balls argument going for quite a while, and I think it's brilliant, because I can't understand why people want to hold on to a 2-dimensional concept and don't understand that it is just a 2-dimensional concept. The geometry is there that proves the 3D. All of the proofs that you go through in the 2-dimensional Euclid bit, the proofs, the literal proofs, go to prove that the 3-dimensional geometry is true, right? Because if you can do the proofs of the 3-dimensional geometry, then you can't then go back and start changing the straight line to be a little bit of a curve, but you don't know it's curved. But imagine it's curved. You can't do that. It just doesn't work, in my mind.
No, I would back you up, because we're at book 11 for these definitions. You gotta keep in mind how many steps you've taken along the way before you arrive at book 11.
Starkadder, I mean, yeah, nice. You don't disagree with us. It's simple. But the redefinition, I like it.
I don't like how the definition uses solid. It says, the boundary of a solid or what have you.
Solid
is
geometry.
A surface. Yeah, but like water, which isn't a solid, has a surface, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not a fan of the solid word.
You're not a fan of that being which bounds. You not think
the bounding
surface,
part.
Yeah.
No, the boundary part is fine.
Of water is that which bounds the water.
Of course, but water isn't a solid. That's my point.
It's solid geometry.
Is it?
He wasn't reading the geometry of water.
I don't think there is. There is geometry of water.
They have physics that.
Oh, there's physics, yeah, that
water.
apply the geometry that we're going to deal with to describe the physics of the water.
Zero pressure state.
Yeah.
I mean, if water has a surface,
horizontal.
how does it not have geometry?
It does have geometry, right? They've just expressed that to you. There's the physics of water.
Because it's fluid, maybe, Gio? That's why?
You can definitely deal with it. It's hydrostatics, right? It's one of the things that we'll deal with that teaches us that you can form the geometry in reality by using everyday things. Like you can use a plumb bob, then you can use a level.
Okay, I guess my thing is, why are we separating the geometry of solids and the geometry of, liquids or other things?
Because this is Euclid. He doesn't do the geometry of water. I mean, I don't even know if you understand what geometry is.
Water doesn't have any boundaries, right?
It seems a bit silly to think that water has a geometry.
I mean, the surface does.
Water does indeed have a geometry. The problem is the language using solids. It's not talking about.
Nice follow on, Kosho. Lovely done.
Thank you, Ben.
Clip that one. Clip it.
The discrepancy is not is the language. It's just they're using the word solid, but they're just talking about the difference between a two-dimensional and a three-dimensional, two-dimensional plane and a three-dimensional object.
Yeah. It's just 3D reality.
I am interested. What is the geometry of water?
Yeah, go on. Of course it is. You came in.
You guys got to be a little bit smarter than that, man.
Go on.
You said it.
Give
I'm
us
asking
a glimpse,
what's the
Kosho.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about the geometry of water in an infinite amount of ways.
Go on then.
You can talk about it being in a cup. It's going to be the exact same shape as the cup. You can talk about the water molecule.
Geometry
you can talk
of
about 1,000 different geometries of the water. But that's not at all what percentage is asking. That's about the language that's being used. And in this sense, it's not talking about solids, liquids, or gases. It's making a distinction from 2D planes and 3D objects.
This is
the way it's
geometry.
solid.
Yeah, that was my point, that I would use the word like object or something like that instead of solid. But in any case, the only kind of geometry that I can think of that actually applies to liquids would be the surface.
Yeah, of the object that you've got the geometry for, right? You would find the object and then use three-dimensional Euclidean geometry to define the object that you would then put the water in. Right? The object that you would use the Euclidean geometry on becomes
you're
the
referring
container for the water.
No, I'm talking about the top of it, the uncontained part. Not the cup, the top of it, the surface.
The surface of liquid water.
Yeah.
Right, so what is it you're saying about
liquid
that?
water is kind of redundant, but yeah.
Go on. Well, liquid water. Can you not have frozen water?
You could, but we're talking about liquids already, so.
Well, I was just clarifying. Do you think
Fair
there's
enough.
something funny
But
about
the surface.
liquid water? You think there should be a geometry to that?
I think there is a geometry to the surface.
Go on then. That's in.
It's flat.
Does it not have a meniscus?
It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
What does it depend on?
It's what type of water you have. That you could have two different types of menisci. You could have it like, concave or convex depending on the water and,
pressure.
Yeah, and, the container that it's in. I imagine that you could probably kind of play with it such that it won't have a meniscus, that the surface
So the
tension
geometry of
is
the
negligible.
water depends upon the geometry of the object that it's contained in also.
Not only.
So
but definitely in terms
what
of...
is it you want to say about the geometry of water, since we're on that topic, and then we can leave it behind?
I was just saying I don't like the word solid because it can be conflated to mean other things. In terms of like the text, I would have I would prefer if it was, object.
Object geometry.
3D
Euclid.
object.
We'll send a memo back to Euclid.
I have to do it.
Yeah. See whether we can put your objections in there.
Objection. I like that.
Maybe the modern day mathematicians will agree with you. What do you reckon, Kosho?
Yeah, so I was going to ask. Maybe Kosho can further explain the geometry of water.
He posted something.
Somebody can teach you how to read and then just read what I posted. Have somebody read it.
Bent
Those look like straight lines.
geometry.
Those look like straight lines you got in there.
Does it say that? It does say bent molecular geometry. Kosho, is that you? I like that.
Bent is the name.
He looked up the molecules.
It's a bent molecule.
Yeah.
I guess the bubbles inside water have geometry as well.
Oh, look at all the little H's and O's. Oh, and
Well, that's not water
There's a smiley
percentage.
face over there.
Bubbles. Air, it's air.
Yeah, but that's also not solid.
Well, they do have the air geometry too, so that should be coming soon.
That's true.
Is that O solid? What about the H? Is the H a solid?
Like the angles on it as well. That's
I was gonna
nice.
say the angles.
They love an angle. I mean, that's great. Obtuse, that one. Bigger than a right angle. We learnt that earlier. Do you think that is the geometry of water, Kosho? Kosho, do you think that's what that means when it says bent molecular geometry? Do you think that's like the rewriting of Euclid from Euclidean geometry into bent molecular geometry? They've just
It says at the bottom straight line molecular geometry.
Yeah.
That's where the tiny protractor came in.
Yeah.
They measured that with the tiny
yeah,
protractor.
yes.
Molecular protractor.
Yeah, I like that. Micro protractor. Oh, that's a molecular protractor. Just done one better. We're gonna have to sell them in the shop, you know.
Yeah.
Tiny protractors ranging from small to micro and the molecular protractors. Glitter.
H2O excess. More than 90 degrees.
You don't think that's a new working of the word geometry just because it says geometry after it, do you? It's still using Euclidean geometry, right? As in the angle means an angle between the inclination of two straight lines. I know it's fantasy using molecules and imagine you can do angles to them and all of that sort of stuff. Little H's and little O's floating around, joining up together. Hey, let's make some water.
Conspiring.
I don't yeah. Conspiring together. If we could just get one O, us two H's, we can overpower it. Make a whole new thing.
Are you debunking chemistry because of notation?
No.
Absolutely.
Bro, I was gonna say, like on cue, right? Like,
I'm just trying to figure out what I was listening to.
We're going over logic. Basic logic.
They were
water.
Okay.
And Kosho came in with some new bent molecular geometry for water, as if it was an entirely new geometry system, like not Euclidean geometry, an entirely new geometry of water. Because he weren't happy with solid geometry. Sorry, Buster, go on.
This is another perfect example of stolen concept. It's like saying It's like saying you can make a whole new logic. You got to use logic to make a whole new logic. It's like come on.
He just said it right, straight with a straight face. Water has shape. Period. There you go.
The shape of the container.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's agreeing with that, but I don't think that's what it means when you're saying water has shape.
Water has no inherent shape.
Of course not. But Kosho will disagree with you.
Kosho thinks there's a water has its own geometry. Like, I don't know what that is because we'd need the definitions. Like we've just gone over the axioms that are applying to it, and how we can perform this new geometry of water. That I don't think Kosho understands what geometry is. I mean, that does sound bad, I know, because we're in that you don't understand thing, but.
Well, that's what he came in.
Water, I know. To think that water has its own geometry, that because he was so confident that nice setup actually percentage. Thanks. That Kosho jumped in at.
What's that?
To defend.
Maybe he misspoke, right, Beb?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't understand. It's one of the two.
Well, but if I don't understand, then somebody should surely be able to explain to me and others that maybe others people that don't understand what they were talking about when they said they weren't happy with the term solid geometry because water. I think that was how it started off with.
Yeah, I said I didn't like the word solid, so sue me.
Yeah, I know, but Kosho was the one that jumped in and said, "Oh yeah, of course, water has its own geometry." Yes.
I wouldn't say that. I would say water has geometry, not its own. I would agree with whoever said it doesn't have an inherent geometry. It depends on, the wind in terms of waves.
It's okay. You don't need to apologize for it. Like I was thanking you. I like the way Kosho jumped in.
Well, if you put water in the cup, the shape is
the cup
that the water takes is not of the water, is of the cup. So still the water is shapeless.
No, it's but if you're taking that temporary shape of the cup, it's it doesn't have its own geometry. It's basically like the antecedent is whatever container it has. If the container has an open top, then it's going to have a flat surface. If there's wind or something like that, you're going to have waves. If there's air in the water, you're going to have bubbles with that are spherical.
Those are not shapes, right?
They are shapes. It's not water's own shape.
I think we can agree.
Still, it's not the shape of the water, though. Percentage.
It's the shape the water takes as a result of, depending on the container or other factors.
Yes, percentage, but it's not the shape of the water. Which is what we're Kosho came in and said. Yes, water has its own shape.
Yeah, and I already disagreed with the word "own" there. Its own shape. That's what I disagree with. That's the kind of the clear distinction.
Can you keep sticking to the bit where I said I don't think Kosho understands geometry, because we're not talking about the shape of water. That's not geometry, is it? That's the shape of something. When the claim was that you weren't happy with solid geometry being called solid geometry because it's a geometry of a solid figure, like solid as being a real. It's an object.
It was that I didn't like the word solid because it could be conflated to, people can conflate that to mean, state of matter.
But it was when you were describing the surface, right? That's where you had the disagreement, right? Percentage, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, they were talking about surfaces of objects, 3D objects.
Yeah. So the disagreement that you had is that the description of surface has the word solid when we can have water that has a surface and is not solid, right? That's your disagreement. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me clarify then. We were talking about a shape, a sphere, right? And we were talking about the fact that the shape, a sphere, in geometry, the very geometry that we were dealing with, is a three-dimensional solid shape. And then we were talking about the fallacy of stolen concept, where you then take that three-dimensional solid shape that is bounded by obviously the surface of it, which must be 3D, and then bringing that back into the world of 2D conceptual geometry. That's what we were talking about. And then, obviously, you weren't happy the fact that it was called solid geometry because water.
You skipped a step, Bev. So yeah, you were talking about that, and then you moved on to the definition of surface. And inside that, you had given a definition wherein you used the word solid. And I was saying, I didn't like the word solid there, that word choice, went with something else, because you could have things that aren't solid having surfaces.
But we're just talking about Euclidean geometry.
Fair enough. Let's move forward.
It's not all encompassing of all surfaces. Especially not liquids. But I was interested in Kosho, see if Kosho wanted to come and tell us some more about the geometry of water. Like I say, nice setup. Thank you very much.
No problem. While you're at it, ask him for his definition of surface.
Oh,
and then,
gone.
And then, because I have a question I'd like to ask the Globers if Left Lane or whatever. I don't know who else is here, but I'd like to know their definition of surface, and then I'd like to ask them a follow-up depending on that.
I think they've been.
Kool-Aid, you want to give it a try? You want to give it a try, Kool-Aid?
I'm sorry, what? I wasn't paying attention. What's up?
There's a question for the Glovers.
Ooh, the surface would be the bounding point, or the... That's a very good question.
Yeah, the boundary between an object and its medium.
Yeah.
Okay, so when they talk about the sun in the heliocentric model, and they say the surface of the sun is X temperature or what have you.
Uh-huh.
Does the sun have a surface?
It would have a boundary point where we would say this is sun, this is not sun. And under that, yes, it would have a surface. Excuse me.
How?
Because everything we're not in the sun right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the sun is a place, or is a thing that has an inside, yeah? So
let's just go with a bouncy ball. Let's go with a basketball.
Okay, a basketball. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much easier. Everyone.
Let's not.
Yeah.
At some point between me and the basketball the basketball starts. That is the.
Yo, what the fuck,
surface.
Bev? Why'd you replace the sun with the basketball?
Because we're talking about solid geometry, aren't we?
Yeah, but I asked him about the sun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Exactly where that point is, I don't know.
He asked him about the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
So I think percentage point that she's trying to make is that you can go through the sun without any objections. Like you can fly through it. That will mean that there's no surface that
how
can
does
stop you,
a
right?
gaseous object have a surface?
Well, I think it's fine depending on what you're talking about. Like you can call it the surface of the water, which is that's pretty easy to define. But like the chlorhexidine,
surface of even altitude,
sulfur hexachloride or whatever that shit is that they float the aluminum foil in the little plastic tub. That's got a surface to it, but it's not something that you can see.
It's got a what?
Defined. It's got a surface. It's just like
I disagree completely.
Oh, okay. Well,
how does gas have a surface? What's it bounded by?
Are we talking about solid geometry here of things that aren't solid? What is it we're doing?
Yeah, I just switched gears a bit to expose how Globers have no clue what a surface is.
Yeah, or geometry.
So if you had an open tub of really heavy gas, what would you call the interface between that heavy gas and its medium or the atmosphere? What would you call that spot?
There wouldn't be one spot.
It wouldn't be a surface, would it?
Yeah, I would call it the surface.
Doesn't the surface need to be a clear, distinguished boundary that separates object A from the medium? That's what you said, and then now we have these two things that don't have that, or whatever we're looking for there.
Exactly.
I think it has to be
if it were dyed bright blue, then you could see the surface. But since it's fairly, it's clear in color.
Bro, there is no surface with gas without a container. You're
You
tripping.
would see a mixed
you think
color
there
like
is.
yellow and blue making green.
Right, I think
You would
I'm
see
going to
yellow,
have to
you would see blue,
pull this
and you would
back
see
and
green in the middle.
get
Reel
this
it
back
in.
under control again, guys. We're having Logic Night, and we seem to have gone into Fantasyland talking about gas. And it's strange, because that's the time that everybody starts talking about stuff. Really
When
weird.
you go into fantasy world, when
Yeah.
you go into fantasy, that's true.
Everybody wants to go into fantasy world to deviate from the obvious reality that everybody seems to be running from. With me trying to make the
No,
point that
I
we
think
don't
one's
really
an exchange to the
understand
other.
geometry.
Okay, can I read the definition for the surface of a solid that I've got in front of me?
Go on.
The extremity of a solid is a surface. It's simply what it says. Do we have contentions with this?
Do we have solid gas?
We're not
No,
talking about gas.
Yeah, exactly my point. So we're not going there. I'm just asking if we can agree on this point or not. The extremity of a solid is a surface.
Yep, that's sort of
Yeah.
what I said. That which bounds a solid is a superficie.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's just you take the 1 point to 2, make a line, then you make the plane with the lines as the extremities then, and then you just evolve up to 3D. It's very simple. So then, here's my example that I wanted to bring forth. Like, imagine in solid geometry now, you have a 3 by 3 by 3 cube setup, and then imagine the cube in the very middle of that setup still has surfaces, but there's no medium involved. There's nothing involved. We're just in geometry here.
Wait. Repeat the part where you say inside of that cube there's surfaces.
You have a 3 by 3 by 3 cube setup.
Yes,
so
cube, yes.
Yeah, so you have 9 cubes on top of 9 cubes.
It's hollow in the middle. Are you saying there's hollow in
No.
the middle? It's hollow.
No, it's just solid geometry. There's
It's a
really
solid
not-
piece of object.
No, we're talking geometry.
Yeah, you're saying a cube. Is it
Yeah,
a
that's-
solid cube? Is it a hollow cube? What is it? Like a
It's a
what
cube
type of
within
cube you're
solid
referring?
Euclidean
A
geometry.
frame. The frame of a cube.
Just the
We are-
frame. Okay.
Like a
That-
Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. And that cube in the center, it will be surrounded on all sides by other cubes, right? But it will still have a surface. You don't have to bring in, objects and mediums, and none of this stuff is required because we're simply talking about the geometry involved still at this point.
Again, I think I'm losing your example though. That's why I'm asking you, because you just said it has to be a solid object. I ask you, is it a solid cube?
Yeah,
It's a solid geometry, yes, but it's not. We're not talking objects that you can place on your table. We're talking solid geometry here.
So, Beb, do you agree with what he's saying right now?
He's just talking about solid geometry.
Yeah, solid geometry is not a. It has to be an object, right?
Can you?
There's no way you can.
Can you conceptualize solid geometry?
No, it's just lines on the paper. There's nothing to it. There's no surface for it.
You're asking me if I can draw a cube in the paper.
No, I said, can you conceptualize solid geometry?
Yes, that's why I keep asking you. Is a solid cube?
Yes.
Right. why he keeps going around that? The answer it will be jizz, right?
It's solid geometry. Right? You can conceptualize it because right at this minute, I don't have a cube to do that with. So you have to conceptualize it. But you can.
Yeah.
It's much easier to conceptualize solid geometry because you can relate that to actual things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm distinctly making the difference between solid geometry on its own versus physical objects in 3D space. Those are not the same thing.
I disagree.
If your geometry isn't the same thing as physical objects, how can it ever have a surface?
Exactly, I disagree with that.
Conceptualize something in reality, right? You can't make it.
Conceptualization doesn't have a surface.
No, okay,
you can't.
Don't have a surface.
You can't.
Now cut that shit out.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Just like paper don't have any more than what it has. What it's.
Yeah.
You're gonna get muted, D-Mark.
Yeah. Shut up. Yeah, we're doing a thing here on logic. We don't need to be told and shouted at like that. You can't just, like he's just said then, imagine, right? Imagine a 3 by 3 by 3 cube, right?
Solid cube, yes, I can do
3
that.
by 3
Yes,
by
yes.
3. So 3 small cubes one way, 3 small cubes the other way, and 3 small cubes the other way. 3 by 3 by 3 cube.
All right, like a Rubik's, a Rubik's cube.
Yes, right now, just by saying that, by saying imagine, he doesn't mean it's a physical object. You can't make it a physical object by imagining it. So there's a difference between conceptual and reality. But everything that happens within solid geometry, being solid geometry, can be proved in
Can be
reality.
projected into reality.
Yeah, you can
okay,
do
I
it in
see your
reality.
point. Well, you can bring it up to reality. That's yes. I totally agree with that.
So the geometry is different than the reality, but it can describe the reality. Because that's what we do.
Yes.
We use it. That's how we use the geometry to describe stuff.
And the contrary point, it will be talking about bending space-time, right? You cannot bring that into reality. That's only a concept.
Yep. Yeah, you
All right.
can't
Well,
actually show
I'm
that
going
as a
away,
proof.
but yeah, okay. All right.
Do you want to go, Sorogaki? Sorry, I think.
No, I just want to say that, yeah, you described what I meant perfectly fine there, so thank you.
I would say that if you make a ball a solid 3-dimensional sphere, right, a Euclidean sphere, everybody knows what it is, it's a ball. Well, you would take that surface as that which bounds the solid, and that is what you're looking at. That's the surface of that solid, the ball. Well, if the ball's 3D, and what you're looking at is the surface of it, then that surface must be 3D. You can't take the surface and move it and separate it away from the 3-dimensional object that it bounds and then say, we're going to conceptualize this back again into 2D. It's
Oh, I
stolen
see what you're saying.
concept.
All right.
Completely.
I agree with that.
It's just weird because a sphere in Euclidean is the only shape that can't really be described. And even when you put it onto a computer, they have to make all of the sides polygons. They have
They
to
gotta
make
make it
flat
2D,
sides.
yeah.
They've got to make faces on it because you can't express a sphere. In reality, I don't think it's possible. I think that's where they're trying to trick people with all sorts of things because everything has to be related to straight lines, and that's where they're gonna. They always fall. Nobody can describe a curve.
Well, when they try to do that, then you get bendy lines. That's bendy straight lines. Sorry, bendy straight lines.
Yeah, a fallacy of stolen concept yet again. They have to take a straight line and use that straight line to say the straight line they're using is actually bent.
The fallacy of stolen concepts, like who said that the highest form of flattery is mimicry? Are we going down that lane, kinda?
I think it's a clever wizard trick. Because if you don't spot the fallacy, then you can be arguing that point for quite a long time.
That's kind of why I asked Kosho very in the early beginning, like, why would I need to change from Euclidean geometry to spherical? Like, what's my inspiration or whatever to do that in the first place?
His globe.
That's why they gotta make it into a 2D model, get that straight line, and then they can bring it into a 3D model, right? But at that point, it's just they're just playing with the, I guess, with the geometry. I guess I don't know.
I think there's it's the cog disc playing, because I think it's a problem with the the lines always stay straight. That's the concept of the geometry. Euclidean geometry is provable. Everyone knows that. You can't really refute it. Everyone knows that. You'd be strange to try and argue against Euclidean geometry. But the problem comes in that in order for you to have the concepts of a straight line being straight, what you actually have to do is bend the space, which is, I don't know, I can't get my head to do that, and it fails.
You turn the space into an object that you can manipulate.
Yeah, the lines stay exactly the same. You manipulate the space to bend the line. It's strange. And like that Penrose, you can literally start Penrosing yourself at that point.
The Matrix, bro. You don't bend the spoon, right? You bend everything around the spoon.
Yeah.
And I would say it's fairly obvious that the concepts of things like triangles and squares and all of these things defined within Euclid comes first, as in the globe the spherical geometry must have taken it from there. Like, they did not come up with that on their own after the fact. So yeah.
See, Left Lane's helped us out there as well. He's put a nice definition in. Sphere, from Greek, spheria, globe, ball, is a geometrical object in three-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball. So it is a geometrical object in three-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball.
Like a circle in two-dimensional space.
Yeah, a circle in 2D and a sphere in 3D. Thank you very much. I mean, it's definitely in 3 dimensions, isn't it? A sphere. The surface is 3D and like a surface of a circle in 2D.
Left Lane. A circle is not a sphere. Pay attention to that, okay? Don't conflate those two.
You don't
no,
see
I understand.
That, Howard. You don't honestly see that as showing that the globe is a 2D surface, do you? I mean, or your ball, globe, ball, sphere, 3D. I mean, like, where do you get your 2D from that, other than the circle?
Yeah. I don't know what to say, Bev. It's just the way it is. But I mean, you seem to have trouble understanding that. But
me,
whatever.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I would say this. We were talking about this months ago, and it's like you go through all the trouble. Like, say you're building a house. You know, you go through all the trouble. You pour the foundation, you dig the footer, you pour the foundation, you lay all your plumbing. I mean, it's step upon step upon step, and at the end of it, you have a finished product. Now, if I were to go and say, I'm going to take that, I need that foundation back. Maybe some of the nails, and what you're left with is a shell of what you started with. I mean, is that even practical?
That's a non sequitur to me.
It's not, because the point is that Euclidean geometry starts with a point and builds on definition after definition. It builds like a step ladder, and it builds a foundation that leads all the way to solid geometry. Now you want to affix yourself to a different style of geometry that rips away at those foundations.
But still, we have to go with, if I hand you a ball that's got latitude, longitude lines on it, they're identified. How much information do you need to locate any point on the surface of that ball?
Well, if you hand me a ball, it's 3D.
Right? It's a 3D ball. But how much information will you need to identify any point on the surface of that ball?
Well, I would just point at a spot on the ball.
I could give you a latitude and a longitude, and that would identify a point on that ball. 2 dimensions.
I go with you, Buster. I'd go with a pointing at it. Definitely a much better way to identify it.
Because that ball is existing in all 3 axes, right? X, Y, Z.
If you're going to say you hand me a 3D object and then say you're going to conceptualize 2D, that's just conceptual.
No, it's real.
If you were going to write on it, you'd still be writing on a 3D ball.
Yeah, but what I said, if you just pay attention to what I said about it, that's describing the surface. It has nothing to do with depth, how deep into the ball. I didn't say to drill a hole into the ball or anything like that. It's just 2-dimensional on the surface.
How? Because if you gave just the X and the Y, it could be either the top of the ball or the bottom of the ball, or the opposite side.
Yeah, that's the trick. He uses longitude and latitude instead of the X, Y, Z. That's how he turns
Sorry, who was it that was it you right the hand that had the? We were talking about this months ago. Bev, do you remember who it was that said if you're looking at a sphere, is one point going to be closer to you than the other? Or where on a sphere could you ever have 2 points where they weren't a different distance?
It might have been Travis.
It might have been. I thought it was right the hand, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think it was Travis.
In any case, if you have X and Y, then it doesn't distinguish between the top and the bottom, or like the opposite end of that ball. You have to. What?
We don't describe the surface in X and Y.
Yeah, you describe it
We
in longitude
describe
and
the
latitude,
surface
right?
as that which bounds the solid, or whatever.
Extremities.
But longitude and latitude is stemming from the celestial sphere. It comes from the heavens. The celestial sphere is what dictated the longitude and latitude. So you're looking at not the sphere of the Earth, but the sphere of something else.
Wait, why are you taking it to a model?
I'm talking to Left Lane about how you can't define a point on the ball.
We're talking about the difference between 2D and 3D.
What are you talking about, Bev?
We're talking about the difference between 2D and 3D and the misconceptions that people have.
Great.
Well, we're just trying to keep it on a ball and you keep taking it to the heavens. Well, how's that
What are you
help?
talking about, man? The guy said that you could define any part of the ball by 2 axes. That's wrong. And I'm calling him out on it.
No, it's not wrong.
It is wrong.
No, I can give you a longitude and a latitude, and you can define any point. I could give you 2 numbers. That will be a point on the surface of that sphere.
Again, Left Lane. Longitude and latitude is bringing into the equation the celestial sphere. You're not just looking at the ball anymore. So stop saying longitude, latitude.
It doesn't have anything to do with celestial.
Okay, so you can draw lines on a ball, Howard.
Yeah, you could put a whole bunch of dots around the ball, right? Like put 1,000,000, right? So it circles the ball, and I can give you a number, and you'll know where you are. That doesn't make it one dimensional because I gave you one number. And this is your argument. You're like, oh, I gave you two numbers, therefore it's two dimensional. No.
Exactly.
Dot the dots don't have anything to do with what's really going on.
Thank you, Demont.
The point is you're wrong, Lane. You need more than two axes to define a point on the ball by only having the ball alone.
Think about it in reality. I operate my GPS, and sometimes I don't have an address, but I do have a longitude, latitude, and it will take me to that driveway with two numbers.
I think you might be conflating a ball with what is it you do?
I drive a truck.
Drive trucks, right? Well, where do you get the ball and the 2D, 3D concept to deliver in parcels?
Because that's the way the map is defined in latitude and longitude.
It's a 2D map.
Sure.
Well, that goes to show that a 2D surface is
2D.
Length times breadth.
No, it's latitude, longitude.
No, length times breadth. 2D.
I don't know. I use it. It works in reality. I don't know what to tell you.
I think you've got a, again, stolen concept, right? You can't take 2D to say that 2D is curved. It sounds really ridiculous. To me, at least. Anyway.
No, to me as well. Like, you cannot take a 2D surface and wrap it around a 3D. And, but it just doesn't work.
Do you think you can model 3D on 2D ever? Even if it's not a ball, like moving away from a map, do you think it's possible to map or create a model or representation of something that is 3D on something that is 2D, or that is just impossible in all ways?
You can do isometric drawing, can't you? I've seen that done.
Oh, yeah, I guess as isometric drawing, that would be one way to do it.
But would you consider that being 3D?
A drawing?
Isometric drawing, yes. Would you consider that as being 3D represented on 2D?
Yes, yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd just call it a drawing.
Well, depends what the drawing's representing. To me, if it's representing something 3D, then it absolutely is a 3D representation on something 2D, at least to me.
3D is different than 2D. That's the point that we're trying to get, right? There is a difference between a three-dimensional object having a surface and a two-dimensional surface.
I don't think anybody's confused about that. It's just a question of whether you can map one to the other.
Can we just agree that the piece of paper the drawing is made on is, the drawing itself is just shading on top of a piece of paper? It's not actually a 3D object.
Right. I don't think anybody thinks it is.
Mm-hmm. But the sphere is.
Sphere is 3D?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. And if I had a ball and I wanted to create a schematic of it to send to somebody, maybe I wanted to get someone in China to produce it, do you think I could represent that on using something 2D?
A ball?
Perhaps even in ones and zeros. Yeah. Like I want somebody to make some basketballs for me.
Yeah.
So I could give a clear description of what I want that to look like, and even though I sent the description to them. Sure.
Well, that's the design, right? The design goes on it.
And what surface will the design be on?
Everything.
Once
It
it's
would
made?
always be 3D. If it's in reality, it would be 3D.
On paper, 2D. Computer screen, 2D. On your map, 2D. Unless you got a pop-up map.
In reality, 3D.
Yes, sir. I've been trying to tell them this shit for decades. They don't listen.
No, I know. They can't because they've got a model that dictates that they have to say certain things, right? I mean, they think we don't understand their model, but we do. We understand it so well that we know that all the pitfalls they have to fall into.
No, I don't think you misunderstand it.
That's correct, Bev. Yeah.
I don't think you misunderstand it, Bev. I think you deliberately wander off into weird word games because you do.
What the difference between 2D and 3D? Whereas I know that 2D is a concept and not existing in reality. Whereas 3D does actually exist in reality, yeah.
You don't understand.
Always.
And he's showing you the fine line between the two. Unlike you guys want to conflate reality with a model that doesn't exist anywhere with arbitrary measurements or equations or it just doesn't. They're actually not measurements at all, really. They're just calculations.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they've got. It's calculations that they add on different calculations, and they pretend they're measurements, and even angles that they pretend they're measuring, they've not even measured them. They've just calculated them as well. It's calculations on top of calculations, and it's all fantasy.
Right. That's why I say, can we touch the angle? Can we go to that angle? Can we go to that line that you're calling your angle? Can we go to that spot? You can't. So.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Upset the party. Bringing a bit of reality.
I think that you don't understand thing is gonna change to you purposely are playing with words to deceive or whatever is that he said right now.
I don't think that's everybody, but I certainly think Bev gets stuck in the playing word games on purpose.
Wow. Go on then.
Word games, really?
Which word games? Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Great demo. Which word games? Go on. That kind of stuff.
So you think clarifying yourself is a word game?
No, I want to know what word games we're playing, because he's obviously just made a claim. Which are the word games that we're playing? Come on, Eggshells, please.
Yeah, this kind of thing where you pick a phrase and then you go on.
You were the one that claimed I was playing word games.
Yeah, this. And then you interrupt to pick a sort of bit out of it, or the other one you quite often do, where somebody goes like isometric or barometric pressure, or they say a word, you go barometric pressure.
Well, wait a minute.
You're rumbling away.
No, hang on a second, though. How do you say somebody's playing word games when the person you're claiming is playing word games stops to ask the person to clarify? That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, and then the person making the claim, and then the person making the claim is wandering off on, on other things, like you're doing right now.
What other things? I was describing the way in which Bev plays word games.
I didn't catch that. Can you go again?
I'm so confused. You want me to say again the thing I said? Bev plays word games?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Explain the word games, please. They want to know.
Well, it takes a variety of forms. Deliberately misunderstanding people, I think, is one of them.
Can I give us an example?
That's divining thoughts.
Can we get an example of what you're talking about, Eggshells?
Well, I mean, it sounded like the conversation I came in that he was having with Left Lane involved him saying that a 2D drawing is not 3D. Left Lane, could I check in with you? Were you confused that a 2D drawing was 3D before that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Did it sound to you like Bev was deliberately misunderstanding your position?
Well, in the description that I posted of Sphere, I think because that description had the words 3D in the phrase in the description, that he tried to twist that description into saying.
Why do you think they have that particularity, Left Lane? Why do you think that is in there? Just for the shits and giggles, or what?
Well, I don't know. Read the description, the definition, and see what you get out of it.
Yeah, why do you think the description or definition has 3D in it?
It was describing, what a sphere was with relation to the ball. A ball is 3D, but the surface
a
of the
circle
ball
is 2D. It says that.
A circle is 3D.
Let's see that. Here y'all go. The surface of the ball is 2D.
No.
Say that at all.
That's what it says.
No, it doesn't. It says sphere from Greek is a geometrical object in 3-dimensional space. That is the surface of a ball.
No, that isn't
Full
what it says.
stop.
In 3-dimensional
Like a
space.
circle in a
What is the rest of it?
2-dimensional space. That's what you
What is-
posted. You posted it.
Yeah, I understand what it says.
You're reading something that isn't there into it.
Yeah,
The
projection.
whole thing that makes the thing.
Let me ask you, Left Lane. If we can conflate these two things, why they have two different definitions for them?
What do you mean, two different definitions?
Yeah, why a circle has a definition and a sphere has a definition? Because they're not the same, right? That's why they have different definitions, right? It's really simple. Yes or no? Yes, right? All right. Then
Yeah,
why are you
sphere-
conflating one with the other?
It's not necessarily a circle. A sphere represents the surface of a 3-dimensional ball.
All right, whatever. See?
It's by definition. I mean, that's what it is.
We talked about this earlier. When you take on board certain information and that's what you hold as what you accept, you're going to have a problem looking at things objectively.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this yesterday, right, Buster?
We talked
What's that?
about it earlier.
Yeah, last night
we talked
hit
about
on
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You should be able to tell.
all the reactions is gonna come out of the previous information or the dogma that they already have. That's why they cannot see where the problem is, right? Because they're not thinking critically.
It's a simple geometry, Silent. It's not dogma.
There you go. Perfect. It's simple geometry. You just said it. So don't conflate a sphere with circle. Please don't do that. Simple geometry.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. That was a big help. Might be a penny drop moment in there for you. A circle is 2D. It's a 2-dimensional shape. So a surface of a sphere is not a circle. It's different. It's different because of that
What you were
extra
saying,
dimension.
Left Lane, it doesn't sound like it to me. Are you
No.
saying the surface
I
of the
hadn't
sphere
quite
is a
finished, but
circle? Because
don't
it
worry about it.
didn't sound like that. Oh,
2D,
yeah, you were
he
in
said,
the middle of
didn't he?
misrepresenting someone.
I did not say that at all. It's just that's
Yeah,
just
it's
what
interesting, isn't it? It's kind of like
the only
word games.
2D
It's like
that
he's
he
like
posted.
hijacking what you're saying and turning it into a different thing to then ridicule.
He's saying the surface of a sphere and the surface of a circle are both 2D.
That ain't what I said.
There you go. I'll post it back in there, exactly what Howard posted. You can go back to it. Check his actual post that he posted. It says a sphere is 3D and in 3-dimensional space. And then it says like a circle in 2-dimensional space.
No, it doesn't say that the sphere is 3-dimensional. Read it word for word.
It says the sphere is in 3-dimensional space, like the surface of it is also in 3-dimensional space.
It's not word for word.
Yeah, he's not
This
reading
is-
the word for it.
This is perfect. This is a perfect explanation of when you've taken on information that you can only accept things with that information you've accepted, and you can't see what you've just put down objectively.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, but I would wonder what would be a good indication of which side was doing that, because that's obviously what both sides of this debate think the other is doing. I mean, I think a good indication of who's doing what would be that the person who's changing the words.
Reality.
I just got muted for being overtalked, percentage.
Yeah, carry on.
To me, a good indicator of who's unable to get out of that paradigm and unable to see clearly and take on new information is somebody who, when encouraged to read a quote word for word, declines to do so, is either unable or unwilling to do so.
Well, could I respond to that? We just spent like the first hour and a half going step by step through Euclid, which builds up to Book 11, which is solid geometry. Now, if you want to say that asking questions about misconceptions is word games when we've went step by step through a logical process, and then somebody wants to post a sentence like that and say that we're misunderstanding it, I think that's why.
I don't think that asking questions is word games, and if I had meant to say that, I would have said that, but I didn't. What I think is playing word games is when somebody posts something and then they post it again and are encouraged to read it, and then they change one of those words to make it sound wrong. That is word games. That's what I mean when I say word games.
Well, what about if I read it?
Yeah.
What about if I read it?
Let's find out what he's talking about first, because he's making claims again that he's talking about people being deceitful and changing words. Right, so please
give us an example,
explain what you're talking about, Eggshells, please.
Yeah, Eggshells, give us a precise example of what word is Bev playing with, or we are playing with.
It sounded to me, I'm struggling because I didn't have the quote in front of me right when Bev was saying it, but it sounded to me, Left Lane, you'll correct me, that he was fine up until surface of a ball, and then he added, like it is a circle of a two-dimensional space, in a two-dimensional space.
So you just made a claim that Bev spoke a word in there and you weren't even looking at it. So you made a wild accusation without even looking at the quote.
Have a read of it. It's in there. It's in live stream too. I've just copied and pasted exactly what Howard posted.
Left Lane, which
you
bit
read it for us, please.
Did I get it wrong? Did I misquote Bev's misquoting then?
Yes, you did.
That's correct.
Have a read. It's in the chat now.
Have a read.
Please tell us which bit.
I just did. I'm not able to help you anymore. I mean, Left Lane agrees with me.
Left Lane agrees with you. What? What did you say? Please just point to the bit that where you think we were misguided. Point to the bit where you think Howard was.
Eggshells, you really need to do this, or we're gonna exit you out of this.
What the fuck? I just did.
No, he's asking you to read it and point out where he was.
I just did.
You didn't read it.
No, we didn't hear you. We didn't hear you.
I just did.
We didn't hear you.
I'm going to exit you from the conversation unless you jump through my hoops. That's ridiculous.
All right, don't get mad. Just read it again if you don't mind.
Just read it.
The bit that sounded like it was wrong to me.
No, read it. Are you a child?
Fucked.
Read
no,
it.
Get fucked. Get fucked.
Yeah, that's what
I can do.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
Bye, fuckers.
Yeah.
What the fuck, guys?
I'm muted.
Why does
Let
he
it be
have to
known that
actually
I'm
read it
muted
out
now.
loud for you guys? Come on.
Percentage. I'll tell you what.
Please, can you keep out
I
of
feel
it
like you're
too?
overstepping, man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Percentage, please. Don't
Well,
start
wait a minute.
this.
Sorry, but wait a minute. He made a claim that Bev misrepresented the quote and said he wasn't even looking at it.
And he misquoted Bev too.
I'm with you, but to make him physically read it out loud for you or mute
He
him.
made a claim. He needs to
What is the
say
problem
what
with
he's
making it written?
I wouldn't do it. If you guys tried to
Well,
make
it's
me
not
read
a
something, just
Yeah, who cares what you would do?
If you
I'm
guys were
not
in that
really
position.
bothered about what you're
You don't-
going on about either.
We don't care what you would do. You didn't interrupt him and say you're misquoting Bev,
Anyways.
or that Bev's not doing that. He didn't even.
I
He
voiced
wasn't
my
even
dissent.
read.
We can move forward.
He
Wait,
wasn't
but
even
hold on,
looking
guys.
at
That's a
the
power
quote.
move, though. All right, that's a power move. That's
I'll wait
that's
for my
no-no.
turn.
And
Is
the-
it more of a power move than saying you misquoted what Left Lane posted and then
let's
say,
move
well,
on.
I wasn't looking at it, but he did misquote it?
and
No,
not
I was-
giving an example both times that he was accusing Bev of either misrepresenting somebody or taking words and twisting them, and still couldn't figure out how to point to it exactly.
That's right. That's why
May I
he's
say
muted, and
something,
that's
guys?
why he's out of this conversation. I don't care who
May I say
disagrees with
something?
that.
We need to be holding people more accountable to what they say in these chats, to be honest, because I mean, it's tiresome to be talking, the same subjects and not moving at all, because people like right now, I'm sorry, Eggshells, but you did messed up right now by making claims that Bev was doing something, playing with the words or whatever, and then when you are put to the task, you got mad and you didn't answer anything, you didn't say anything. I mean, I think you did wrong, though. It's not a power move or anything. You were on the wrong here.
Let's move on. But he was given plenty of chances to do it and to show how Bev was misleading or whatever. He chose not to. Repeatedly said that he had already done it, so he's not going to do it again. He was asked very clearly that maybe we didn't understand him or didn't hear it, to do it again, and he refused. So I warned him that he would be taken out of the conversation if he didn't do it again. He chose not to, so he's out of the conversation. Very simple. Let's move on.
And can I also add that I'm live hosting this. My little tick's on the thing, so my show, guys. Don't get butthurt. Don't come down here, start talking a shit over it, and then get all butthurt that you're being muted. Because I'm live hosting this. Like, I don't know if there's any special rules. I think there is, actually, for people that are live hosting things.
Well, you make the rules for your show, I guess, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
And one of the rules that I'm going to have is that you don't come on the show that I'm having and make a claim against me and then not back that fucking claim up and try and get out of it with little shitty word games. So, yeah, I completely advocate him being muted. I'd have done it myself. It's not nice. Somebody coming on, making false claims, and then not being able to back them up.
The funny part is that at the start he didn't even know the quote, right? He's making claims and he didn't even knew the quote.
Yeah, we've experienced a lot of this sort of stuff over the last few days. It's really strange behaviour. I call it strange behaviour anyway.
Well, I would go back to the point we were talking about before that, was that when you have certain information you accept and then you're presented with all this other information and you only see things through what you accept as, the truth.
Buster, that's where the bias comes from, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna try and he has an issue with how you read the quote. I think you said it is it of a circle. Again, I don't, and I'm like, okay, well, if maybe he just saw the quote and then was reading. So what? Trying to get what did he say that was? And it was just that you put a word in here or there. So I don't.
Yeah, he put the quote there, like you say, like it is a circle of a sphere. And Bev never said that. And why would he say that? Because that's not what the quote says, right? So,
yeah, I don't know.
If I can I paraphrase the thing that he posted? Like, sphere and surface is to 3-dimensional space what a circle is to 2-dimensional space. That's a very paraphrased one, but yeah, that's, I think, is the point of the quote, which you cannot conflate the two.
Oh,
and that wasn't done by
Kosho posted something that says, here's the next paragraph after the part Bev read. Oh, I don't know if you want to read it or I don't know. Well, the first phrase he says, while outside mathematics. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lamb going in. Yeah.
There's a difference between a sphere and a ball. A ball's in reality, obviously, because you can physicalize that. You know what they're talking about when they're talking about a ball. When they're talking about a sphere, then they're talking about a mathematical concept that they can do anything with, right? Some people can even imagine that the surface of the sphere is just the surface. They can even imagine that just the surface of a sphere is 2D. And a lot of them do.
But this is, I mean, this is geometry, though. I mean, are you denying
the concept?
Like this?
Well, yeah, but it's
That
not.
would make it. That
You're
would make
talking.
it flat.
No, wait a minute. Because this is where a lot of these concepts come in, right? This is the fallacy of stolen concept. A two-dimensional surface is a plane surface. Everyone knows that.
No, that's one. Well, okay.
What?
Yes, that is a plane surface. Now,
No, a plane surface is
Don't- no,
two-dimensional, but
please.
two-dimensional surface is not a plane surface. It's,
yeah,
one is
both
the other.
they're both the same. Don't say one is that and then that
No.
is not the other, because
they're
that's not the way it works. We're dealing with Logic Night tonight. Don't come in trying to inject not logic, right? We're keeping on pure logic, right? So,
Well, it is logic.
if two-dimensional surface is defined, we've just gone over it in geometry, right? Whereas a 2 points, any 2 points on that surface, right? You can't take all of the geometry involving that two-dimensional plane and then get to the bit where a sphere comes in solid geometry, and this is what a sphere is. You can't then take that sphere and bring it back to the beginning of the Euclidean geometry. Where would you fit it in? You fit it in at the point where they're redefining, or you would define the surface, right?
Wait, say that again.
Have you ever done Euclidean geometry?
Yeah.
Were you there a bit earlier when we went over the definitions at the beginning?
I was not, unfortunately. No.
Okay, right. So when you went over the definitions of Euclidean geometry, whenever you did that, where would you fit in the two-dimensional surface when it says a surface is that which has length and breadth?
Oh, I mean, if you're strictly speaking Euclidean, yeah, I guess. But I mean, two dimensions isn't defined by just Euclid, though. If you're looking at the actual definition of two dimensions,
where is it defined?
Well, it depends. I mean, like for example, if I know you hate this, but spherical geometry would be, example where you could have that.
Where would spherical geometry? Where would the definitions for a surface within spherical geometry be? Have you got them?
Sorry, say that again. I'm trying to read the chat and listen to you. I'm sorry.
The definitions for spherical geometry, have you got them? See how
On me
fast
right now?
the team can work. Yeah. What have you got? Who have you got
I
working with you here?
I could pull it up.
Okay, go on. Because we just worked through the definitions of Euclidean geometry, and then the postulates, and then the axioms. That's as far as we managed to get today. After doing a bit of work earlier about the logic of reality, and vertical and horizontal, perpendicular and all of that, and then related that to Euclidean geometry, right? That's what we did earlier. Now you're going to come in and say spherical geometry.
Yeah.
Do you know what spherical geometry is?
I have a decent understanding of it, and I pulled up one of the definitions or one of the descriptions of it. Do you want me to read that?
You want to read it?
Yeah,
What are the descriptions
description.
of what?
Of spherical geometry.
Oh, okay. You're just going to define the actual spherical geometry.
Well, a definition I found. Okay, so one of the definitions I'm getting here is that spherical geometry is the geometry of a two-dimensional surface of a sphere. In this context, the word sphere refers to only the two-dimensional surface, and other terms like ball or solid sphere are used for the surface together with its three-dimensional interior.
Yeah. Right, now, within what you've just read there, have you got any logical alarm bells going off just yet?
No, because you got to define two dimensions first. All right. If you define two dimensions as strictly Euclidean, then I mean I guess yeah, but I mean you got to define two dimensions, and two dimensions isn't strictly just length and breadth. You know,
are you allowing the sphere to define the 2 dimensions then?
No, I'm letting 2 dimensions.
What
define
is
2 dimensions.
defining the 2 dimensions to you then?
Well, we could look it up right now. So I'll look up 2 dimensions. All right. So 2-dimensional space is a geometric setting in which 2 values are required to determine the position of an element. All right. Mm-hmm. So that's just 2 values where you could determine a position of an element, and that could be on a sphere. All right, where you have latitude, longitude. That's 2 dimensions. I mean, that's 2 values.
Whoa.
Was I talking too fast? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you've just gone the surface of a sphere, the 2-dimensional surface of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've gone to what?
2 dimensions. I was defining 2 dimensions.
Yeah, and then it said what? Needing 2.
It's saying 2 values.
Yeah,
it says 2 values.
Like an X and a Y.
Yeah, but you could also, for example, on a sphere, you could use latitude and longitude. That's 2 values.
No, you can't.
I mean, I'm just going based on the definition. If you want to argue against it, go ahead. But these are the definitions that I'm going with.
Latitude and longitude.
Those are examples, yes.
Okay, so 2 dimensions.
You had it.
That's what you've done. You've just added 2 dimensions, right? So
2 values.
In you saying those 2 dimensions, latitude, longitude, you're going to completely imagine that 2 dimensions actually means a sphere.
It means 2 values. It's 2 values.
Okay, like X and Y.
Yeah, or latitude and longitude. I mean,
whatever you want to call them. Let's call latitude X and longitude Y. Right? So let's just say, to keep it simple for everybody listening, you're going to say that because you can have 2 values, X and Y, that you're then going to assume that means sphere.
No, I'm assuming 2 values.
Yep.
Not X and Y.
But it doesn't matter. X and Y doesn't really mean anything, does it? Other than X and Y. Right? Latitude, longitude are the same, aren't they? As X and Y. They're just 2 words that you're going to use to describe a coordinate system.
Yeah, but I mean, when we use X and Y, we think Euclid and we think, like width and height. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying no.
Yeah, because you don't like length and breadth, X and
Y.
I
don't not like it.
Not
I'm
good.
just.
You want to use 2 different words to imagine something different, right?
No, I'm just.
No, so it's still a 2-dimensional coordinate system, right? I like that. And so 2D, have you got anything else that can maybe help you within your spherical surface of 2D?
Wait, hold on.
In the definition of 2D.
Wait, hold on. Why is Stark Otter pinging me? I mean,
you're gonna fall into a trap here. Watch out.
Hold on. And the surface is where like the plane surface is any which line's done the straight line on itself. Well, yeah, tell
that should ring a bell right there. That should ring a bell right there, buddy. That they're sending you messages.
Well, they send me and Bev, so I mean, that doesn't really give us anything.
I think he's just supporting you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If you're supporting me.
Do you think that supports you by saying that 2D is?
Well, it says a surface is anything which is anything which.
Yeah, notice it's book 1. It's in plane geometry. Have you heard of plane geometry?
What? Plane geometry. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. But plane geometry wouldn't that just be? I mean, in a way, that would be also Euclidean, though, right?
It is.
So funny.
It's a 2-dimensional plane geometry.
Well, yeah, if we're doing plane geometry, but I mean,
that's what he's giving you the definition of there. You don't seriously think it means there's a definition of something that isn't plane geometry in plane geometry, do you? I mean, he's not really helping you there that much. Come on,
a plane is
you've got to realise that.
Line between 80 points. Yeah, that is actually. Hold on, Stark. Why did you send that? That's only plane geometry. What? Like, why would you?
Yeah. You're following.
I'm not arguing against plane geometry. I know that's a thing, but I mean to say that's the only geometry. I mean, I don't get what this argument is leading to. I mean, we have other geometries defined. I mean, why are you arguing against it? Like, why are you saying
you have a go at defining these other geometries? That's what we were asking you for. Give us a definition of what you require today in
I
your
already-
geometry. Give us the definition of two-dimensional surface within spherical geometry. Go on.
Yeah, I already gave you the definition of spherical geometry. So what do you want me to do now?
I want you to give us, because I can give you the Euclidean definition. In fact, he has of a surface. Yeah. Right. So, can you give us the definition within spherical geometry of
surface?
A surface, please.
Spherical geometry. Surface.
Yeah, definition of within spherical geometry. Any real geometry would have all of the definitions built in with it, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to define the terms you're going to use within your geometry that you're just going to make up. You'd imagine there would be, wouldn't you?
Let me see.
Do you understand what he's asking, Arma?
A little bit.
He's asking you within your paradigm, which is the spherical geometry, to find a definition of surface within your geometry or spherical geometry. That's the task right now. Just so that you have it clear.
Mm-hmm.
I guess surface would just be then. Let me see. Because I mean, okay, so the surface of a sphere is the spherical geometry that we're dealing with, then I'd imagine then any surface on that would just be space that's being occupied on that surface. That's weird. I would have to let me real fast. I'm not sure if I. So you want me to define surface within spherical geometry?
No,
we don't want you to define nothing. We want you to find a definition within your paradigm of a spherical geometry.
Isn't that be defining it?
No. Well, you say you want me to define, right? I don't want you to define anything. I want you to bring or post what you're using from where you're getting your information about surfaces on a spherical geometry.
Okay, so I'll have the definition define itself. All right, let me see.
Yeah, I know. Like Euclidean geometry is an axiomatic system, and it's the true geometry, right? So therefore, it has definitions and postulates and axioms, and then it goes into the propositions and the proofs, right? Because that's only because it is a true geometry. So you might have problems, but I've just posted in the chat for you, like how it's laid out with the definitions of a surface within Euclidean geometry.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it may take me a while to find this. Look, I'm not arguing that Euclid. I mean, I know Euclid is, pretty legit. We use that, and that's more or less reality. But I'm just saying that these other ones exist. I don't really plan on taking this too far. I mean, all I know is that they exist, and I use them sometimes in game design or whatnot. So that's all I was really arguing. So I mean, I don't really. I think it's kind of, I don't know, pointless to try to convince you. Although, like I said, I will be looking for it.
We're talking about surfaces being 2D or 3D. Now, if you take on the concept of geometry, 2D isn't achievable, right? It isn't reality at all.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what none of this is, I mean, this is all geometry. I mean, I don't know why this is an
3D
argument.
solid geometry is definitely real.
Yeah, so, I mean, so then the argument should be that okay, hold on. So if 3D is the only thing that's real and 2D is, in a sense imaginary, then why are we even why are we even arguing whether the surface of a sphere is 2D or not, since it's conceptual no matter what?
Not. It's 3D. That's what we say. A surface of a sphere, in reality, being a ball, it's 3D.
So is there anything in reality that has a 2D surface?
No.
There you go. Then I mean, this is a silly argument. I mean, it's all conceptual. I mean,
wait until you find out what your model dictates.
So you agree it'd be silly to argue that the surface of a sphere is 2D?
No, well, if
Euclid argues that. It's when Euclid's definitions. It's right from our face.
Wow,
Look,
nice
you guys-
jumping. He does. Yeah, Euclid
Go
doesn't
show
do
it.
that
Book
at
one,
all.
Book 1, definition 5. Book 11, definition 2. That's all you have to read, and it tells you right
it's
there.
the
surface is two-dimensional.
redefinition of a surface. That's what we showed you earlier. You add an extra dimension to make it 3D. You have to redefine the surface, which is what he
It's not
does.
redefining the surface. He's
He
describing what
does.
the surface is.
That's a
He
description.
wouldn't,
the
he wouldn't
outside
need
of
to
the boundary of
redefine it
the
if it didn't need redefining.
It's not redefined
It is. Why is it there?
because he's describing what the surface is. I mean, what the surface is of a 3D object. He's saying that
3D.
the outside boundary of that 3D object is the surface.
It's
But he told you
3D.
earlier that when a surface has breadth and width.
real fast, I don't mean to interrupt, but Kosha, take over because I got to make food, right? So you take over. Okay?
Oh wow, he was doing much
Hi,
better than you, Kosho. You've
Karma.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 10 minutes, but I gotta make some food.
He knows when to
That's
tap
why,
out.
that's why it's hilarious. It says it in Euclid's Elements.
He's just
Just
said
read the
it would
book-
be
just read book
ridiculous
one.
to argue that the surface of a sphere was 2D. That's why
Did
he's
I-
had to go and have his tea. He's gone.
But did I really say that
Oh, no,
though?
yeah. Yes.
I mean, not really. I'm saying it's pointless
Yeah,
arguing against you.
You
know,
take
your
a mulligan. Go on.
Well,
So
because
take it
I'm
back.
saying it's ridiculous to, or pointless to argue against your definition because you have such a strict definition for these things. So I'm
2D
I
and
think it's
3D, there's one extra dimension. It's not a strict definition.
And it's not
Arma-
Bev's definition either.
Yeah, Arma, you said if 2D is just conceptual, then it would be ridiculous to argue that a 3D object would have a 2D surface
what I'm
because it's
saying.
conceptual.
What I was trying to say is because it's concept. I can't even say it right now. Conceptual. Yeah, I don't know. I just had a brain fart. Anyway, because it's that, right? Like, then for example, the surface of a sphere is also conceptual, and I mean, like the whole thing is. How can you argue against that? I mean, those are the rules, that are.
It's not the rules. The surface of a sphere, in reality, a solid sphere,
And the
is
surface
3D, right?
And the surface of a table is also 3D, right?
Yep.
So then, I mean, there you go. Then I mean, somewhere in geometry, at least spherical, surfaces are they're 2D. All right, that's just I don't see why I should take this any
Conceptual,
further.
Yep. I know it's brilliant. I'm glad you're with us. That 2D isn't really. It's not worth talking about, except for when you want to gain your proofs from in Euclid for the reality geometry that you're going to deal with in solid geometry, right? You can't just go to solid geometry without building up on all of the foundations that go before that. And that's what Euclid does. It just starts from the beginning with nothing, lays out the definitions and the axioms, and then there's a load of propositions. And that's what we're going to be going over to teach people logic. That's what we're doing here. Trying to take it step by step, nice and slow.
Well, anyway, Kosho, whoever, take over. Like I said, I gotta make food. I'll be back, obviously, like in 10 minutes or so. But I can't keep the conversation going right now, though. Okay, so
Okay. We don't need you to keep the conversation going, so don't worry about that. We're fine without you. You go and have your tea.
I still don't feel like I've gotten the answer to my question about why would I need to invoke spherical geometry ever?
Mm-hmm. Especially if the surface of a sphere, in reality, is 3D.
Yeah.
We know that. That's obvious.
I mean, I used to play soccer for 10 years. Like, I know what a ball is.
Yeah.
I'm also actually just gonna have to leave y'all here. It's been a good night, everyone. And,
yeah. Thanks a lot.
take care, everyone, and stay safe and all this stuff.
I'm going to be shutting it down soon anyway. It's been pretty good. It went on for a hell of a lot longer than usual, but I mean, I guess we could do this every Tuesday. Seems
Time flew away from me.
I don't know. We could do it
Again,
every night,
babe,
really.
do you notice that every time we said it earlier, right? every time you bring the conversation into logic and reason, no ballers like is the ballers like kosher will always be on any other conversation except this one's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if like eggshells, there are other conversations, but when we have to deal with logic and reason, they just tend to get angry or leave or whatever. I don't know for what reason. That's weird to me.
Eggshells is the guy who got muted, and I was the guy who just explained to Bev that the book that he's reading from, it shows exactly that surfaces are described as two-dimensional. That's how Euclid describes it.
In
So
the
we're
first
not
bit,
backing away from
yes,
the conversation.
I won't
We're swinging.
disagree with you, Kosho. In plane geometry, the surface, superficies, is described as having length and breadth, which they're the two dimensions of the, obviously, plane geometry. But when we get to solid geometry, it gets redefined as that which bounds the solid. Well, if the solid's 3D, then that which bounds it must also be 3D. I mean,
so that takes it out of the 2D. Yeah.
Yeah. It's...
Everywhere that you read online, including all of the thousands of posts that I've showed you, it tells you that a surface is a two-dimensional
doesn't
boundary of a
logically fit.
three-dimensional
I don't
shape.
care what you
It does
say.
fit.
Yeah, you can't just force.
Say.
Can't just force that definition from the first part of the book into the rest of the book. Even you'll say, well, there's the scientific definition, it's context. It's context. Yeah, it's context. When you're talking about a circle, you want to convey to somebody the surface of the circle, you would use surface or superficies. Or in the case of a 3D object, you can still use surface. It doesn't, just because you're using that word doesn't make it 2D. Come on, that's just semantical.
But the thing is, every definition that you can find anywhere you want to look, the entire world disagrees.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's the funny part about it.
That's a bold claim.
Everybody in the world's wrong.
Doesn't say what they disagree with. What is it they're disagreeing with?
The surface of a sphere being 3D.
Well, everybody knows that the 2D is conceptual. So how can I touch something that's conceptual?
Right. So what has that got to do with the price of grapes?
It means the surface is obviously 3D. Obviously.
No,
yes.
Nope.
Like,
no, it doesn't.
Can you touch it?
Hell. Yeah, you can touch the surface. Sure can. You can drive across. I'm driving across.
Can you touch a conceptual surface?
Right.
How are you saying that the surface of a 3D ball is 2D?
And there are two numbers.
Come on, man.
There are two numbers clicking off on my GPS that are changing.
But that doesn't make... Bro, just because your GPS gives you two numbers, that doesn't make the surface of a 3D object 2D. Come on.
Right, not at all. Because I'm on a hill or in a valley. How is that? What would that be?
Wait a minute. If I like to use the same analogy because it works. If I take a measurement of a room, two measurements in 3D space, then conceptually run some numbers to get the square footage. That's 2D. That'd be like me saying that square footage measurement is somehow real. You can touch it.
It is. It absolutely is. If you put something on your floor,
the 2D concept of a calculation.
If you place something on your floor, and someone says, "Give me the coordinates of the position of the object," you can give them the coordinates of that position in 2 dimensions. Because they know that they're talking about the surface of your floor. Yeah, this is what's meant by describing the surface in 2 dimensions. You can do the same thing with a ball. You can describe the surface of the ball using 2 dimensions.
But we understand that 2D is a conceptual thing, right? Kosho? 2D is definitely conceptual.
Yeah. Say all of
geometry is math is all conceptual. Yeah, it's a language that you use to describe things in reality. That's right.
But things in reality aren't conceptual, are they? And you can't just sort of get something from reality and then surround that with conceptual. Like if it's there in reality, It's actually there in reality. Therefore, not conceptual. Right, guys?
This is where the root of the problem becomes for you. I mean, it starts for you, Kosho, and you know, and the Glovers.
So
Yeah,
here's
it's
the
the
P and
model
Q.
that does this.
Model
Here's
to
the P
reality, and it's so bad though. They shouldn't be doing that.
We've got some logic.
What's the problem? I only just
No,
got...
wait a minute. It's just a minute, Brenda. We've got some logic, I think. Somebody said they had a P and Q.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
What's the problem?
How long?
Well, if math is conceptual, P, then no, that's not it. I got to think about it some more.
Okay.
Yeah,
Brenda,
have-
you do not want to get involved with this, Brenda. You definitely don't want to come and get involved in this. Not at the minute, anyway.
Why? Why?
Well, because I'm hosting a logic thing, and I'm about to shut it down. Actually,
You don't know anything about logic, though.
but we're going on about the 2D, 3D, and
You're starting with the wrong foot, Brenda.
yeah.
Concepts. What's the problem with concepts?
Well, we already know that you have 2D balls.
Okay,
Yeah. So you could make your little passive aggressive sexual.
I'll answer you, Brenda.
That's what
There's
all
no-
we've been talking about already, Brenda. I was just saying, we know which team you're on.
I know you're sexualizing, right? And you need to do that because how you
No,
feel.
that's you, Brenda. We've been talking about it all night. Don't come in here with that sort of stuff.
That's been muted. Left lane wants to say something.
Rakia, come on, bro. Let the host do that decision, bro.
I'm here on behalf of the host. If he wants to unmute her, he can.
Well, it's like I'm going to close this down if you just let us. If everybody wants to have like final remarks or whatever, I think I will be coming back next time. So let us do this, and then we can end it, and then put a link out for everyone, and they can come in, and we'll do the free for all 2D balls, slapping them on the table. Let's go. Go on.
I'll give you a remark. I don't think we have a problem with concepts. The problem that at least I have is when you try to conflate a model to reality. That's for me.
Anyone else want to?
Did left lane was speaking.
I was trying to formulate a P and Q. I'm going to say, if mathematical concepts have utility, P, we can use them to describe reality, Q.
I like that.
It doesn't follow though.
Oh?
No,
Anyway,
it doesn't
that's my
because yeah. All right.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, we'll have to go over that.
Or you can take it apart right away. He said mathematical concepts, right?
Well, like
a concept. Yeah, a concept cannot make something real. So
I think he
there
said
goes
it
out the
could be
window.
used to describe reality.
He said describe, and that's not. I don't think that's wrong.
No, it's okay. I think he could get away with that. Fantasy formulas and stuff like that, you'd have a problem with, but I mean, I don't think you'd be able to do it with numbers. You'd have to have a lot more backing than that.
Bev, I love the work you're doing. Keep it up. Every time I come in, I don't always get a chance to speak, but I always get a chance to hear the globe being dismantled, and it's really, really nice.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? And then I'll close this off because I don't know. We might end up not being allowed on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to close it down. I've put the link to this Discord server in the chat on the YouTube, so come on over. And it will be live too. Have you got we got this live stream link? Gio,
where you posting it out there?
I'll put the live stream link in the chat on the YouTube before I close it down, Gio. Then they can come and listen to this. Where do we get that from? Does anyone know where the link for this live stream is? And then I'll drop it in the.
Oh, there is.
Okay, cool.
Oh, but that's for the awakening. Where? How do I get your link for your Discord, Bev?
For the Discord? No, we're here. I've dropped a link for this Discord.
Ah, I thought you were saying go to your Discord. Okay, no.
No. Yeah. Copy link. All right, I'll just drop this in. So if anybody's listening and they want to listen some more and don't actually want to come into the Discord, you're quite welcome to come into the Discord. But you want to keep on listening, and we'll be back definitely next week. But we may do some more of these.
Oh, Bev, y'all leaving for the night?
No, I'm just closing down the YouTube. Then we can unleash Brenda.